Good morning. No. Good morning, everybody. May I have your attention, please? The State of the Union Conference is going to start soon. May I kindly ask you to take your seat? Thank you very much.
Noi abbiamo anche due ragazzi.
Maybe I can invite everyone to take their seats. Thank you. Well, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you at this 12th edition of the State of the Union Conference. It's also a great pleasure to be able to welcome back so many people on our premises. This is the first time after 2 years of, near total lockdown that we have the opportunity to resume activities of this kind on a large scale. And believe me, this is important. We have all discovered that turning digital was a great opportunity because it enables us to reach to so many interlocutors. But it does not properly substitute in-presence meetings. That we also found out. This is, of course, extremely important for an institution of higher education such as this institute. Social interactions are, for us, as important as air or light may be for plants. Engaging with society is, for us, a way to contribute to discussions on the big issues of our time, something that we need to do, particularly when one is a public institution funded, therefore, by taxpayers' money. But social interactions are, and this I really want to emphasize, a unique opportunity for us to learn from our interlocutors, be they civil society representatives, policy makers, or opinion makers. It's a two-way flow, and both ways are equally important for an institution such as the Institute. The theme of this year's edition of the State of the Union, a Europe fit for the next generation, question mark, let me emphasize the question mark, is an invitation for everyone to adopt a long-term perspective in their thinking about the problems we look at. This is always a challenge. In our world of instant and constant communication, it is easy to get distracted by new developments. But as former US President John Adams once famously said, facts are stubborn things. Our task as a knowledge producer is to identify those stubborn things and to remind our interlocutors that no matter what, they will have to be addressed. Next generation in our title is of course a reference to the EU's flagship program on the post-pandemic recovery. But precisely this program offers me a good way to illustrate the point I wish to make. As is known, it does represent an unprecedented solidarity effort to respond to an equally unprecedented transnational challenge. Yet, Europe could not ignore this stubborn thing named climate change, which calls for dramatically urgent response. Hence, the attention given to climate issues in the recovery plan all around Europe. Likewise, if you look at more recent events, we see now European countries engaged in a race, a not so coordinated race, by the way, for alternatives to Russian energy sources. But again, it is our role to stress that this objective, important as it may be, should not blind us to the necessity of staying on track as regards the energy transition. These are the kind of stubborn things we want to emphasize in our program. And there are quite a few, as you will see. In addition to climate, let me simply mention demography, Europe's shrinking importance in the world economy, the fact that we have neighbors that I will simply qualify as problematic, or the fact that there remains a fairly widespread and deeply rooted mistrust between the peoples of Europe and their elites. All this forms, of course, a challenging agenda for our 2 days of discussion. But given the quality of the many guests that have accepted to join us, I'm confident that the next 2 days will shed useful light on all those issues. In concluding, let me also welcome Mr. Vincenzo Amendola, Under-Secretary of State for European Affairs at the presidency of the Italian Council of Ministers. We're very much attached here at the Institute to our tradition of having a distinguished Italian speaker opening the State of the Union conference. This is because Italy is not only the wonderful country that everyone knows, but it's also a formidable host country for this institute and a partner in so many of our development plans. Under-Secretary Amendola has already a very distinguished record with important responsibilities in the field of foreign and European policy, and is therefore uniquely placed to address many of the issues that appear on our program. But before giving him the floor, I would like to invite my friend Anna Ravoni, Mayor of Fiesole, to join me and say a few words of welcome before we start. Thank you for your attention. Anna, please.
Good morning. I'm sorry, but I don't speak English, and so I read a little message of welcome in Fiesole. It is with great pleasure that I welcome everyone here present in Fiesole, as well as those joining us virtually for this new edition of the State of the Union. I believe that it is of particular significance that this meeting in these difficult and challenging times is being held in this magnificent place, which is a symbol of peace. As you may know, for many years, Father Ernesto Balducci preached from here his message of universal peace worldwide to people of goodwill. And this is an important year to remember Father Ernesto Balducci in occasion of celebrating his 100 years since his birth. It is with pride, as Mayor of Fiesole, the host city, that I sincerely wish you all a successful conference with the best result possible from this occasion. And so, good work at everyone.
Good morning. I would like to thank, on behalf of the Italian government, first of all of you that are here for this event that is a recognition of the wonderful job that the European University Institute of Fiesole does every year and does continuously with its mandate. I would like to thank the President. I would like to thank the Secretary General and, of course, the hosting town of Fiesole with the Mayor that she's here with us. Let me also thank, first of all, the Deputy President of the Commission, Commissioner Chiesa, and Commissioner Jourova that are already here with us. And let me also to thank the Commissioner Chiesa Jourova for the wonderful job that they have done looking ahead on the 9th of May for the conference on the future of the European Union. I'm honored, as I said, to speak here and to address this conference and to propose some elements of our discussion for this edition of the State of Union in a very moment of the history of our continent, of our life. I would like also to pay a tribute to Father Ernesto Balducci. I would like to pay tribute to all the Italians, like also the Mayor of Florence, Giorgio Lapira, that always taught us in the history of our country and our continent that peace is always possible, that peace, a reaching diplomatic agreement over the tragedy of the conflict, is part of our capability of human being. The President is preparing for us, for this conference, a question mark. Are we fit for the next generation? Speaking not just about the last answer that we did in terms of European Union policy, but also looking ahead and looking at this very moment of our history. My answer out of rhetoric is yes. We have all the elements, all the instruments, all the intelligence that we produce in terms of years of decision to answer to this question and to build up over the years and decades of integration to the new answer for the global life that we are living. You know that 2 years ago, before the pandemic, one of the main discussions was if Europe was fit, if democratic and liberal organizations like we were building over the year were able to address the new issue that we were looking at the global level. It was a tough discussion. And you remember some interview on the Financial Times that were declaring that the liberal democracy was not fit for the current years. We know that many questions that we addressed in the conference on the future of European Union were able to describe not just the combination of our capability, but also the combination of the external risks and opportunity that we live in the last 2 years, and how we should focus and how we should build up a new phase of integration. But this core question, are we fit? How a liberal democratic space that built up the biggest market union in the world and created tools of social protection and cohesion could be, at least in front of this military aggression, again an answer. An answer in terms of peace, in terms of social protection, in terms also of challenges. If I look the digital and the sustainable agreement that we signed already at the European level. This year, this edition of the State of Union is taking place, and we are happy for this, that we are back in presence after 2 years of pandemic. And of course, the tragedy of the war in Europe, in our continent, is again the unprecedented challenge that we never thought to live. As we underline, as the Prime Minister Mario Draghi underlined last Tuesday at the European Parliament, the EU reaction in these difficult times, look, in the last 3 years of our life, has been united, brave, and effective. At the same time, the European institution meant, Mario Draghi, that our predecessors built over the past decades have served European citizens well. But today, they are inadequate to face this deep international crisis. It's not a contradiction. It's not to build up an integration part of our history, speaking about to be united, and at the same moment to underline what we need still to do in terms of creating more integration. United is, and the unity of the European Union was and is the base, the cornerstone of this alliance. Because thanks to the unity we addressed the issue of the global pandemic with the biggest campaign of protection in terms of health with the vaccination. Unity was the cornerstone to react to the economic effect of the pandemic, with the biggest project we ever thought, using the treaty and calling it Next Generation. Unity is also the base and the cornerstone to address the challenge of Kremlin political and military invasion to Ukraine. But unity at this particular moment is also the cornerstone, as we meant in the conference on the future of Europe, to build up a new phase of the integration. Last week, the Commissioner the conference plenary session agreed to set a 49 detailed proposal covering a wide range of subjects from climate change to health, migration and the European Union in the world. Many of these proposals can be realized without treaty change, and we proved also during our last 2 years, and we will continue to pursue the so-called pragmatic federalism that helped us achieving peace and well-being within the European Union in the last decades. But, dear friends, in order to tackle the key reform necessary to make the European Union a global actor, we will also need an ideal federalism, as Mario Draghi mentioned, that will require deeper reforms and also treaty change. We have in particular to imagine a more efficient functioning of the European institution, leaving behind the unanimity principle, which will make it possible to find timely solutions to the citizen problems. Unity, as I mentioned, is our today. Is what helped us to bring the European continent out of the most biggest crisis. Unity is the cornerstone to achieve peace and negotiation all over the continent. But the United States of Europe is our tomorrow. And we have to pursue, we have to work, we have to analyze, we have to be united in order to change our integration process. Let me approach some of the key topics that will inform your discussion in the next 2 days. where it's clear that unity is the base of all our common work, but we know also that we need some change, addressing the challenges that your discussion are going to present. Nobody will lose its own sovereignty in the next future. History, national culture, the tradition are always at the base of our diversity and our process. But sharing part of our sovereignty is the common interest nowadays. You know that decades ago when we formed and we built up the small process of integration that grew after the Treaty of Rome, after the creation of all these big events of the market union with the big social protection, the competition was mainly among the 28 countries that were becoming the biggest convention of our civilization. And after also the Brexit process, we knew that creating this space of integration was always the answer for our economy and for our society. But nowadays, to give up a part of sovereignty for a common interest and for a United States of Europe means also to mark at the global level, which is our answer to all the dossiers and all the points that are at the base of our debate. First of all, war. We were mentioning Padre Balducci, Giorgio Lapira. We have to mention all the people that worked in the history of Europe to describe what was the meaning and also the roots of our unity to refuse war and to refuse the use of weapons as a way to discuss and to develop political situation. On the 20th February, our Europe is again at the stage of this discussion that we saw in the history book. We know that Mariupol, Bucha, is mentioning what is for us this challenge and what is for us the answer that we have to address. We discover also the vulnerability of our country, mainly at three levels, that are described in three dossiers where the unity makes a first step for a new integration. I want to mention, first of all, the energy union. Because after the tragedy that we are living, we discovered the heavy dependence on Russian, not just gas, and critical materials. And Italy, as you know, is among the most exposed member states. Our independence from Russia lies on our ability to develop this energy union that looks to a new relationship with Africa and the Mediterranean countries, an area that will not fail to acquire new significance. At the same time, we must support the effort to have a diversification, outreaching other providers and sustain business and households with every possible measure, including a price cap to energy generated from gas. But we know that unity is necessary to create the energy union. But the energy union is one of the biggest change that we have to do, also looking at our institution, because energy union just meaning a discussion with the Commission over the next European Council is an answer to the emergency. But if we look ahead, energy union means also foreign policy, how we look at the world. Diversification means to look at their continent and to create, especially with our sister Africa, a century of Green Deal development and union. And we know that energy union means also geoeconomical outlook for us, meaning interconnection, connection, investment in heavy technological development that can bring for our continent a new era of autonomy and strategic autonomy, as we always mention. Furthermore, we know the second point, looking at the reality that we are living, that the strategic compass is not a document, but aims at fostering common capacity and progressive convergence in the field of security and foreign policy. A continent with 27 foreign policy and 27 defense policy cannot address the complexity of what we are living. And for this, we called at the Strasbourg Parliament a conference on defense to rationalize and optimize our investment in military spending. Common defense and common foreign policy is something that could bring us like we spent in all this discussion from Versailles to the next European Council, a new stage of integration, where we put all together our means, resources, our intelligence in terms of also developing in new fields like the cybersecurity and the airspace, and creating a common European feeling in terms of defending ourselves and defending, of course, our integration. To be a global actor and to have a global acting in terms of peace, peacekeeping, peace enforcement, political development, like our Commissioner Borrell will explain in the next days, means also to give up some tools of the past that are based in the treaty, like the veto system in terms of decision. The third point, and the third leverage that we receive from the emergency that we are living, that the humanitarian crisis means also a new European form of addressing the migration in terms just of humanitarian crisis and assistance, but also in terms of changing our way to deal in terms of solidarity and security, the flow of many people that are leaving the continent and look at us as a field of peace, protection and human assistance. As stated in his inauguration message to the Parliament by the Italian President of the Republic, Sergio Mattarella, the European people have the responsibility to support stabilization and peace, and must work because no European people shall fear in the future the aggression of a neighboring country. But these three leverage, energy union, common defense and security, migration, needs a new stage of our integration. Unity is the base to address and to react in terms of emergency, but the United States of Europe means a new form of integration, where these three fields of integration should change also our way to build up answer, to build up reaction, and also to build up our global level of initiative. The external dimension capabilities of our union as at this particular moment is at the main point where we should reflect in terms of reform of the treaty. The EU enlargement is also coming to a new perspective. We should leave the bureaucratic approach that we had in the past. The European enlargement is, first of all, a political path and is in the real core of the European integration. It's not just a process of negotiating with some country, but it's looking at our foreign policy, our economical dimension, and looking where we want to build up this new stage of integration. Ursula von der Leyen, during the last European Union Western Balkan Summit, mentioned that we want the Western Balkans in the European Union. There cannot be any doubt that our goal is the enlargement. Therefore, we need to accelerate the accession negotiation with Albania and North Macedonia, to give new impetus to the negotiation with Serbia and Montenegro, and to ensure the utmost attention to the expectation of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo. But we know, when we discuss about our approach to the Ukrainian crisis, that the core of the enlargement is looking at the political way that we see our continent in the next decades, and Ukraine is part of this project, because enlargement is not just a process of administrative reform, but is also looking at the reality of what we want to build in the next future. The European enlargement process should be a political priority. Enlargement is not only the interest of candidates and potential candidates, but is the European perspective that builds up a new way to develop values in the case of Western Balkans, foster stabilization in the region, and looking at us as a global actor. Therefore, when we look at the last days of negotiation, also thanking the French presidency to develop many negotiations in the last weeks, months, looking at the next presidency of the Czech Republic, we know that all the big transition that we are analyzing in terms of debating, in terms of changing our rules directive, in terms of acting economically, they are not just a way to reinforce our economical space, but is also a way to transform it radically. When we speak about the twin transition, when we see the negotiation for the Fit for 55 package, when we see about the rules and the directive that we are applying, when we speak about digital future, we are describing a new continent. But this continent is in delay, because even if we are the most ambitious in terms of climate change and neutrality, we are also the continent that in terms of research, technological development, digital architecture, we were delaying comparing to the other global actor. So this twinning and this twin transition, the negotiation that we are having at the European level are creating a new space where our goal and also our challenges are describing a new global actor, more autonomous, more sovereign, but also investing in its capability to change the condition and the reality that we have it. Because coming back to the first point, also if we look the Green Deal agreement and the digital agreement that we are doing at the European level, and if we combine with the European social pillar, like we discussed in the Porto Declaration, we are creating a new space where the competitiveness among the 27 are not just looking internally, but we are describing a continent investing in its capability for a global order that has to be rebuilt. You need foreign policy, you need investment in transforming our integration models, but you need also to invest on ourselves. And when we speak about Fit for 55 or the digital regulation, we are not just creating an architecture of institutional framework. We are looking where we want to be in the next decades. At the base, dear friends, there is always the same question. Are we fit? We thought the same when 70 years ago, more than 70 years ago, we were creating this space of integration. And when we created this space of integration was to address the issue of peace among ourselves and to create, of course, rules that were uniting us in terms of cohesion. Nowadays, this rational base should be uploaded to a different level. Foreign policy, union in terms of energy, migration policy, the twinning transition in terms of transforming our economy, make Europe fit not just among our 27 countries, but to fit and to look our way to build a global multilateral level that, as we mentioned in the G20 in Rome, is the base of our perspective. An inclusive, sustainable, just and jobs-rich European Union means new tools. We show with the next generation. But I think that also this experience that we have to forcefully enforce in each country, like we are doing in Italy with a time schedule to respect, has also a base that we never have to forget. The base of the next generation. Sure, all the temporary support that we created after the pandemic, they have a core base. We are not investing in the national budget. We are investing all together on European budget in terms of object, goals, in terms of vision. And when we put all this money, and when we create these tools, we are creating a European space of public goods. Because this was the lessons of pandemic. Invest all together in vaccine, invest all together in temporary protection of the workers, we sure. Investing all together 40% plus 20% in the twinning transition. Europe moves all together, not just for a solidarity, but also for a common interest and for a common vision. Because spending all together in the main dossier that we had in front of us was not just, I want to say, an honorable, let's say, invention of this commission led by Ursula von der Leyen, with Paolo Gentiloni, with Commissioner Suisa, Commissioner Jourova, but was also the idea to create a space, European space of common interest and common intervention. Indeed, also the economic governance and the investment policy that we are about to discuss and to reform are one of the main points that show how it's necessary not just to share national responsibility, but to share common interest in terms of vision. Last December, President Draghi and President Macron, they joined in a speech at the Financial Times reaffirming the importance of budget rules for the success of the economic and monetary union. But they also stressed that the current rules have to be reformed, not just for answering to the pandemic, not just to answer for the effect that we are living also due to the tragedy of the war, but because if we look at ourselves at the global perspective, at the competition, at the necessity of investment in terms of twin transition, we need to live and liberate our capability to grow up. When I speak about SURE and next generation, I'm not looking just solidarity. I want to mention and to underline, it's not just a reaction to the crisis that we lived. It's the cornerstone of a union that look how to invest ourselves in a competitive global order that we have to address. And when we adapt ourselves to the new circumstances, and we know we liberate ourselves from a tragedy of, let's say, number or rules that are coming from the past, we are investing on the national, but at the European capability to be competitive, to create more social protection and to have rules in order to unite our continent. I'm very glad to be here and to be, let's say, honestly clear to say that the conference on the future of European Union gives us the possibility to reflect ourselves for the emergency that we are living, that is the support to the Ukrainian presidency and to Ukrainian people that are involved in the atrocity of the war. And we know that we have to do for the emergency of our reaction that needs unity, not just for addressing the emergency action, but unity because this part of our history is also creating the condition of a new European Union integration. The conference on the future of European Union gives us the possibility to think about ourselves. And I know, and you know, that our commitment as Italian government, based also on a resolution adopted by the Parliament, is to ask more, to be brave, to be courageous, to introduce some treaty change together with the European Parliament, with the Commission, in order that all the points that you are going to discuss in this conference, and that they are the main base of the European Council in the next months, will be based also in a new idea of European Union integration. I'm glad also to say that the unity of the European Parliament and the national parliament debate is asking to do more. And we know that the Commission in the last 2 years created, even using just the treaty as they are, many answers that are creating a new European dimension. We show that political will can use the treaty in order to address emergency that we never expected. David Sassoli, the former president of the European Parliament, said in one of his last public speeches that peace and reconciliation is not given once and for all, but a plan that must be constantly take care of it. David Sassoli always mentioned that what we are living as European institution is created by the complexity that are at the base of how we approach the problem, that are characterized by unprecedented dangers, but also to look always the opportunity because everything we have built in Europe is called to confront an historical period in which we have not yet understood how of what is our role. However, he mentioned, we have understood that no one can thrive alone. Nobody is self-sufficient. And we show in the last 2-3 years that our unity was not just a way to act together, but was also the base of what we want to build up in the next future. We will have to keep working now for peace in Ukraine, and this is our priority, and support common European action also through reforms that will boost European strategic autonomy. That is not just a slogan, but is the cornerstone of our unity and what we have to mention in our work daily at the European Parliament, the Commission and the European Council. And we want to build up, of course, on the base of this common path, also the idea that democratic European institution, that the liberal democratic organization, society, way to stay together are the most peaceful answer to the tragedy that we are living today. Your contribution at these 2 days will be welcome, of course, and I wish you an excellent State of the Union. Fiesole is the core of our way to think all together, to reflect, because the action that are needed in the next weeks for us is something that can also strive the way how we could bring again peace, social protection, cohesion, and a big stage of investment in our European integration. For this reason, it was an honor for me to address you. It will be an honor for us as Italian government always to support the Institute of Fiesole. It's always a pleasure for us to learn by all of you, by the commissioner that will be there at this stage, what we need to do all together, because it's time of action where all the documents and the thinking that we always did in the last years are coming nowadays to bring us to a new stage of integration. Viva l'Europa, and thank you very much for your attention.
May I have your attention, please?
and welcome to the first series of panels. My name is Daniele Caramani. I'm the director of the European Governance and Politics program here at the European University Institute, and I will chair this session on defending democracy and the rule of law in Europe. So we address a vital issue of current threats to democracy and the rule of law in Europe, also in the light of the war in Ukraine, which, besides its most brutal aspects, is also an attack to the fundamental values, the fundamental principles of European democracies and of the European Union. We have the privilege to discuss with three panelists whose work revolves around these pressing issues in different capabilities. So joining us are the Vice President of the European Commission for Values and Transparency, Vera Jourova. Before her current role, she has served as EU Commissioner for Justice, Consumers and Gender Equality, as Minister for Regional Development in the Czech Republic, and as an advisor for the Balkans accession. Welcome to the EUI. Professor Eva Fodor is Prorector of another European university, or the other European university, namely the Central European University in Vienna, where she also holds the professorship in gender studies. She's an affiliate to the CEU's Democracy Institute in Budapest and has recently authored the book, The Gender Regime in Anti-Liberal Hungary. A warm welcome also to you. Professor Wojciech Sadurski holds the chair of jurisprudence at the University of Sydney and is professor at the Center for Europe in Warsaw. He is the author recently of Poland's Constitutional Breakdown and the new book on a pandemic of populists. He has previously been a professor here at the European University Institute. A warm welcome back.
Thank you.
To the UI. So we are running a bit late in the schedule. Each speaker has approximately 5 minutes, after which we will start the discussions and open the floor for questions and comments from the audience in the room and online. For those of you participating via the digital platform, please submit your questions in the Q&A tab. Thank you everyone again for being here today. I think we're ready to start. Vice President Jourova, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Vincenzo Amendola was right. Fiesolana is the perfect place for reflection and for listening and for speaking about key things. And to speak about democracy and the rule of law definitely is one of the most important things we should discuss and reflect on where we are in Europe. I will leave the analysis for the professors because they are much better in it than me. I represent here the executive body of the EU. That's why I guess you would like to hear from me what are we doing or what we plan to do to protect better democracy and the rule of law in the European Union. We also had here before that it was David Sassoli who kept saying democracy and the rule of law have to be protected and defended actively. It is not automatic. And I have to subscribe that. And we have to use the tools, and now again speaking on behalf of the Commission, the tools which enable us to act. So the Commission also has to act according to the rule of law, not to overshoot, not to be activist, not to overuse the competencies which are not in the treaty. The corrective measures, in case something gets wrong, are in place, but I have to stress that the most efficient and the most important corrective measure are the fair and free elections. We have to trust the people. We have to leave it for them to decide. And if you remember, in Austria many years ago, Jörg Haider and his government caused a lot of concerns in European Union, and it was the Austrian people who corrected it in the election. So this is, I have to say it at the beginning, because sometimes there are expectations that the European Commission or the European Union will take measures to correct the things in the member states. We can do a lot, but this must remain for the people. We see in the last decade that democracy and rule of law are under permanent stress test. And the reason is the uncertainty in our society, the people calling for somebody decisive to come and take care. So there is a demand, and the populists, of course, can take it, and they are also using this opportunity of offering strong hand. And there is always a temptation of governing in a comfortable way, which means switching off democratic safeguards, such as independent judiciary, independent and strong media, active citizens, and professional state administration. I have to add it also. And these are the varying trends, and these are the things which we try to react on. I will say in a minute which tools we use. So uncertainty. The other factor is the digital space, unregulated digital space, because over the last decade we saw that what happened was the creation of parallel digital world, unregulated, which influencing our normal real life, which is regulated for a good reason. And that's why we see these two factors, uncertainty and the unregulated digital space, which contribute to our problems and erosion of the rule of law and democratic principles in the EU, which we need, because in European Union we need to have these principles very well functioning, because without them we would witness and live through erosion of trust, and we need trust in the EU. Speaking about stress tests, COVID, emergency regimes, it was also the moment of truth, whether the governments will switch off all the democratic safeguards or whether they will be able to govern through the crisis, being still democrats. And the Commission was monitoring the situation. And of course now the horrible barbaric war. I have been asked very often, what will you do now when we face the aggression? Will you be less demanding when it comes to rule of law? My answer is no. Now it is important that we have functioning principles of rule of law and democracy, because this is the architecture. And as the Minister said, we have to invest together. We have a lot of common plans in the EU, because we found out now in the time of war that unity is absolutely crucial to survive, and to be united, to be able to take decisive actions together, we need trust, and so we need these principles. The tools we have, when things are going in the wrong direction in the member states, we look into whether we have a legal basis to act. We launched a lot of infringement proceedings. We are winning in Luxembourg. All the cases, especially the Polish cases, the Hungarian cases, also there were cases in the past regarding, I think, Malta. The German case, when we had to challenge the decision of the Karlsruhe court, we are winning. So this is infringement. Article 7, I don't want to, because I think I should stop. Article 7 is the procedure when the member states would say to the other state where we see systemic breach of rule of law, stop it, correct the system, we need you to come back. And Article 7 requires unanimity decision. We are now, we have two proceedings one on Poland, one on Hungary, and we cannot see any chance to have unanimous decision that the state could be sanctioned for the breach, because of the breach of rule of law. We have two new tools, the rule of law report, which we publish every year in July. We are mapping the situation in all member states, the situation of judiciary, media, anti-corruption, and checks and balances. We have 27 unique systems in our member states, but with all the uniqueness of the systems, we have to insist on common standards. So this is what we are looking at, and we will issue for the first time recommendations this year in July. And we had to look into how to protect the EU money. The EU money should not go into the hands of the autocrats, of those who want to abuse the EU money to build the fortification, to govern forever. That's why we have the conditionality principle. We can stop the funding to the member state which is in having a breach with the principle of the rule of law. We have triggered the process against Hungary last week. So we have the tools, we are using them, but at the same time we work on that digital part, because we need to protect elections against manipulation, against the disinformation campaigns. We do many other things. But I hope I came here to convince you that we take all these tendencies very seriously, and that the Commission and the Union will do everything possible, everything legal, everything functional to protect the rule of law and democracy in the EU, because there will be no EU without democracy anymore. And now, in the time of this barbaric war in Russia, in Ukraine, we, as I said, we have to be much more intense in taking all these measures. I come from the Czech Republic. Now there are coming people from Mariupol, only having the dress on, nothing else. And they take with them the burden and all the horrors of the war, which we didn't expect to see in Europe. So this is the stress test for all of us, for solidarity and for unity, and we have to help Ukrainians to win this war, because this is also our war, unfortunately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice President Jourova. I'm sure we will discuss these issues further during Q&A. I would like now to give the floor to Eva Fodor. Please, Eva.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation and for the great company. It is difficult. There's a war raging on our borders, and we see what kind of devastation this imposes on people. And it's really difficult to talk about anything else. But I will still try, but I think I thought I would start with that and acknowledge that, as the Vice President did. So I would like to add another area to these three that you listed as of attention when we talk about the rule of law. And that area is the area of academic freedom. I mean, we're sitting at the European University Institute, so this is particularly fitting. And I am from the Central European University, the other sort of European university. So I'd like to use my personal experience with the Central European University to argue about the importance of academic freedom, and to argue about the necessity for the European Union to define and monitor and sanction academic freedom in its member states. Clearly, the academic freedom and the rule of law are closely tied. There is no democracy. There's no rule of law without the freedom of academia, the freedom of research, the freedom of education. And yet, academic freedom is being violated in numerous countries of the world. Hungary is one of the classic examples within the European Union, but this is happening well beyond the European Union. Yet, as I said, I think the EU does not have efficient enough tools to monitor and sanction that effectively. So let me describe to you the experience that the Central European University had in the past 5 years. Hungary has a constitution which guarantees the freedom guarantees academic freedoms of all sorts, freedom of research and education, institutional freedom also. Yet in 2017, the Hungarian government, headed by Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, launched a vicious political attack against a legally functioning US accredited university in Hungary called the Central European University. Basically what the government did was they changed the higher education law overnight, and literally overnight, because they changed it in an accelerated procedure. So they pushed this through parliament in a week without debate. There was no reason for it to be an accelerated procedure. The only reason was that that was a way that the public debate could be avoided. So this went through, this indeed went through the Hungarian parliament, and the new law created a new regulation and a new requirement of foreign universities. Foreign universities needed to have an agreement signed by the country where they're accredited and the Hungarian government. Now the Hungarian government then went ahead and signed such agreements with the governments of all the other foreign universities that were functioning in Hungary, except for the accrediting location, which was the state of New York, of the Central European University, essentially forcing the university out of the country, banning the university in Hungary. This was clearly a political act, a political attack against the mission of the university, which includes and focuses on the liberal principles such as the open society, transparency, democracy, etc. It was also an attack against the founder of the university, George Soros. So this was clearly a political move, and clearly one that targeted a single university for political reasons. Now, the university managed to get a lot of support from colleagues, some of you might be here, who expressed your support for Central European University and stood with the university. There was an infringement procedure started, as you mentioned, there's many of them against Hungary, and this was one of them. And at the result of the infringement procedure, the European Court of Justice, in fact, struck down the law that came to be known like CEU. It did, but they did that in October 2020, which was exactly 3 years after the attack. So the decision came so late that it was way too late for the university to remain in Hungary. The university moved to Vienna and became one of the very few universities that were closed for a political reason. There are only 3 on the European continent, one in Russia, one in Belarus. The Central European University was the 3rd. This happened to be within the European Union. Now, CEU is fortunate because it's a private university. We have an endowment which guarantees a great degree of independence. So we could move to Vienna, where we were welcome, even by a rather conservative-oriented Austrian government and by our colleagues in Austria. And we hope to rebuild the university and recreate it from after the move. But a lot of other universities are not as fortunate in Hungary and elsewhere. My example is from Hungary, but if I had told you 6 months ago that there's going to be a war taking place on the borders of Europe, you wouldn't have believed me. What I'm describing is a horror story, but these horror stories do happen, and they could easily happen elsewhere. They are, in fact, happening in other countries of the world and of the European Union. So Hungary is an example. I think it's a warning sign that the terrible violations of the rule of law, terribly undemocratic authoritarian moves can easily be made and easily sort of exist with us, easily be part of our lives and become normalized in our everyday lives. So as I said, CEU was fortunate to be able to recreate itself, to rethink and rebirth itself in a different country. But Hungarian universities overall, are also under attack, and the government in the past years have strictly limited their academic freedoms. In fact, the Hungarian government used the state of emergency that was introduced because of COVID, which is still in effect in Hungary, by the way. It's running out at the end of the month, but it's still in effect. And it could come back again by some new proposed legislation. So used the state of emergency situation to reform higher education in general, and basically, again, used an extremely nifty, clever technique to take the independence of universities away from the Senate and the faculty of the university and move it under the purview of the government. They moved state universities into private foundations. They basically privatized universities. The foundations have a governing board, but the members of the governing board were nominated and appointed by the government, so they're loyal cadres of the illiberal Hungarian government, and they're appointed for life. It is these boards now that are governing universities, that are prescribing what can be taught and what cannot be taught at Hungarian universities, who can teach at Hungarian universities, how things have to be taught, etc. So for the finances of the university, all of it basically. The power of the Senate and the power of the faculty was reduced, and whatever power is left, that little power that universities have, is also extremely problematic, given that this is a context in which people fear for their jobs. In such context, it's very difficult for faculty to exercise any degree of opposition, any degree of freedom to teach what they want, to research what they want. So I could go on and describe limitations to academic freedom in other aspects, in other levels of education institutions in Hungary, but I think I'll stop here. I think I made that point. So let me just then recap and repeat. I think the European Union really has a number of new mechanisms to explore and to sanction violations of the rule of law. But education and academic freedom often get forgotten in this context, and often that is not scrutinized enough, is not considered as important as other areas, even though, by the way, a lot of EU funding is being poured into educational reforms, higher education reforms in Hungary, in Poland, in many other countries. I think for any exploration and any sanctioning of the violation of the rule of law to be successful, it is really important to look deep into institutions, deep into institutional mechanisms, explore really what's going on in depth, and talk to people on the ground, talk to people who are practicing, who are part of part of the everyday life of institutions. This is the only way that that these problems can be uncovered, and I hope that this will be part of the procedure of this monitoring process. So I think I'll stop here, and thank you very much, and I'm happy to respond to questions.
Thank you very much. Eva, if I may nonetheless follow up, mindful of time, you're a professor of gender studies, and the Orban government abolished degrees and has routinely protested against the EU policy targeting gender equality. So why is this concept so important or so problematic for illiberal governments?
That's a very good question, and there are volumes of research written on this, because right-wing populist governments often use the concept of gender and the concept of gender ideology as a political tool, basically arguing that those who subscribe to the concept of gender ideology are the political enemy, and then they can rally support against that enemy and fight against that enemy. For example, the Hungarian government called Hungarians to vote in a referendum at the same time as the national elections, and the referendum asked questions like, would you agree that your underage child should be exposed to sexually explicit material without your explicit consent? Or would you agree to your underage child to be exposed to, again, media content on sex change operations without your consent? Now, no sane person would say yes. So clearly the questions were not to assess the opinion of the public, but they were meant to rally people against what the government calls gender. Gender and sexuality here are sort of combined in this one big balloon of the enemy. So the concept of gender is used as as a political tool. By the way, already when the Hungarian government was responding to the start of the conditionality mechanism, they started to argue, they started to mobilize this concept of gender. They started to say that Hungarian politicians, so this is an attack against Hungary, Hungarian politicians now have to defend Hungary against all those horrible liberal Westerners who come with their ideas about migration, the rule of law, gender ideology, gender craze, it's called the gender craze, etc. So gender has become one of the call words of those who are sort of illiberal rulers. But let me just add one more thought to that, and that is that this actually has, I'm a sociologist, this has obviously political consequences, but this has important social consequences as well. Hungary has managed to climb to the bottom of the list on the, I guess, the European Union's gender institutions ranking of gender equality. So Hungary has the lowest level of gender equality in all of Europe. In the most recent elections, only 14% of members of parliament are women in Hungary. This, again, is one of the lowest in the country. So this use of gender is not just symbolic, and it's not just a political tool, but has real-life consequences for gender equality. It also allowed the Hungarian government to abandon all measures that the European Union has instituted and the Hungarian government had signed on to that would be instituting, reinforcing, and monitoring gender equality. So this has, again, real-life consequences as well. It also has implications for monitoring and sort of fighting against rule of law violations in Hungary.
Thank you very much for pointing to these social aspects. For the third intervention in the panel, we now turn to Wojciech Sadurski.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me here. Let me begin with the last words of Vice President Jourova, that the war of Putin's Russia against Ukraine is also our war. And I would like to add to it, it is our war because it's a war on European values. But what are those values? We often say in one breath, as the title of our session says, defending the rule of law and democracy, rule of law and democracy, because we simply track the litany of values in Article 2 of the treaty, adding sometimes also human rights. But a pedantic lawyer in me prompts me to suggest that democracy and the rule of law are not exactly the same from the point of view of the European oversight. Because when it comes to supranational scrutiny of states' conduct under such values, we often confront what may be called legitimacy conundrum, expressing the question, but who are you to impose your values, your understanding of democracy upon us? And of course, this is the sort of argument that Viktor Orban skillfully makes, saying, but we are also democratic. In fact, we are even more democratic than you, Westerners, are, because ours is a liberal democracy, hence not restrained by any limitations. But such rhetorical gambit is not available when it comes to the rule of law, because rule of law at its very minimum, at its very core, means that states must comply with their own commitments, especially their own constitutional commitments. So when the European Union institutions scrutinize its member states under the rule of law, they are not trying to impose upon them different values or different alien understandings of those values, but rather tell them that they should live up to their own stated, declared commitments. So the rule of law lends itself much better to such oversight, and that is why so many of us who believe in the rule of law are so frustrated, dissatisfied, disappointed, sometimes even irritated by the slowness and indecisiveness of the European institutions in face of blatant violations of the rule of law. Why are those institutions, especially the Commission and the Council, act on the basis of, too little, too late? Why are they so slow to act? Why did they have to Hamletize for such a long time about triggering actions under conditionality against Hungary, and they still haven't decided it against Europe, and it's against Poland, sorry. And it is not because lack of the toolbox, because Vice President Jourova very eloquently presented the very impressive toolbox that the EU institutions have. It is rather the question of political will. Now, this idea that this is a war against European values nicely resonates with the conception, the idea presented several times, including in Warsaw in March by President Joe Biden, that the war by Putin against Ukraine is part of an ongoing contest between autocracies and democracies. And I agree with that framework. So a good question to ask is, but on which side of this divide between autocracies and democracies some of the populist authoritarian member states of the EU sit? In particular Poland and Hungary, because that's where the constitutional and democratic breakdown is the most advanced. And of course someone may say, well, but here we should not bundle together these two cases in the light of Putin's war against Ukraine. Because while Hungarian government has showed itself as a Putin sympathizer pariah, Poland overnight switched from a state which attacks refugees to the state which houses refugees and also provides massive military aid to heroic Ukraine. So there is a temptation to look the other way when there is an ongoing process of breaches of the rule of law in Poland, and to treat Poland much more charitably in the light of the war. Now I suggest that this temptation should be resisted, because Polish government uses the war to wrap itself in the flag, to step up its attacks on the rule of law, on judges, on rule of law activists, etc., and to hide before the world, especially before the European Union, its ongoing breaches of the rule of law, especially of judicial independence, which continue even as we speak here. So it is not the time to relax the scrutiny of the EU over the rule of law in Poland, just to the contrary. It is a time to be much more vigilant, and I'm very glad that in this view my suggestion resonates with that of Vice President Jourova. It is the time in which European institutions should use all the means at their disposal, and let me be blunt, if they don't, if the Commission and the Council do not trigger the hold of recovery funds, as they did with respect to Hungary towards Poland, then they will be in breach of the EU law. And they should go and explain themselves in the Court of Justice. So to summarize, if the EU is to stand as a symbol for the value of the rule of law, then especially in the face of the autocratic tide in Europe, and by this I do not only mean Poland and Hungary, but also politicians such as Marine Le Pen or Salvini, etc., then we must intensify and renew our vows to the values of the rule of law rather than to break them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wojciech. I would like to ask both Vera Jourova and Wojciech Sadurski a question that picks up also a question that came through the online platform. You both mentioned conditionality and measures that the EU recently took, and I would like to ask you both, maybe Vera Jourova first, are these instruments effective in defending the rule of law and democracy? And Wojciech, can they be counterproductive? Can they lead to backlash, especially in certain countries? I'm
convinced we are effective not only because, as I said before, that we are winning the cases in Luxembourg, but we are now deploying all the tools we have, and I will make a very short summary of it. But just one sentence before I go through all the tools. I am aware that when we work in this field of protecting rule of law and promoting rule of law, I always say that we have to take gloves, because I always feel as if I am a doctor doing the surgery of the brain, because we speak about constitutional matters, constitutional checks and balances, which belong to the member states. And for the EU, there are some competencies left to be in charge of monitoring and of taking measures if necessary. So this is a very sensitive but still existentially important field where we have to work hard. Speaking about checks and balances, we have the checks and balances on European level in this way to protect the rule of law. We have two preventive tools where Commission has the last word. The Commission has the last word only in preventive side. And this is country-specific recommendations, which recommend the member states to do more to protect judiciary or prosecution of crime, to protect economy. This is related to economy. Then the rule of law report, every July, recommendations this year. This is all preventive, but this is a very crucial work the Commission is doing. But we do not have the last word when it comes to the sanctions. When it comes to the sanctions, it's in the hands of the member states. So it's Article 7, where the member states are not willing to decide because there is not unanimity. As I said, some might argue that this is useless. I don't agree with it. This is an important process. And the second sanctioning mechanism is the rule of law conditionality, which we triggered now against Hungary. And we had to wait for the court decision in Luxembourg. I don't want to go into because of the time, but these are the two sanctioning possibilities. And the European Court of Justice, which is the main arbiter for the interpretation of the EU law, including interpretation what means rule of law according to Article 2. Yeah, so this is something we have in Europe, and we all have to do our part of the job. Individual member states, you would be surprised how often I receive the messages from different ministers from different member states that they had a phone call or a discussion with the Hungarian Minister of Justice, Judith Varga, to convince her that they should stop a few things. And by the way, I shamefully skipped the academic freedoms, which before when I spoke, because I had them on my quick paper, and it is very important that you describe the situation, because this is just telling when we have the freedom of movement in the EU, but it doesn't mean that we can chase the universities out or the people out of the countries. The question was whether the tools are efficient. I might have been shorter by saying I believe yes.
Thank you. Might there be counterproductive?
But let me just say, are these measures efficient? Obviously they are not. And that's not because the toolbox is somehow insufficient and needs to be increased. They may be only as efficient as the people who are in charge of enforcing them are, and of course the member states, insofar as the Council has the last word here. Now, can such measures, say sanctions under the Recovery Fund, be counterproductive? Can there be backlash? Of course there will be backlash. Of course there will be forces which will say, oh look, the EU is against us, let's defend our sovereignty, etc. But the problem is, there isn't the only backlash that's on this stage there. If the Union institutions, especially the Commission, fail to act, there will be another backlash. People, and in Poland they are a larger plurality than those who support the populist government will be very disappointed and upset about it. So there will be backlash by the pro-rule of law people if the EU fails to act. So if there is a backlash either way, whatever the Commission and the other institutions do, then they might just as well do the right thing.
Thank you very much. It's late and our session must end. Thank you very much again to our three speakers for sharing their insights. And thank you all for participating to an engaging, if shortened, panel. The next session starts at 11. I wish everyone a successful and stimulating State of the Union.
Which role for rail?
Of challenges, it is an age of crises. Technology, climate change, migration, justice, democracy, and so much more. The State of the Union is the EU's annual policy conference, and this year it is asking a hard-hitting question. Is Europe fit for the next generation? And no location is more fitting for this inquiry than the Badia Fiesolana in the hills of Florence. It has been the headquarters of the European University Institute since 1972, but the Badia has also been a holy site for almost 2,000 years. The story of the Badia is related to the story of a very unusual monastery. Look no further than to its architecture for clues. Like many monasteries, it had an inner cloister, which represents the Garden of Eden, complete with a tree of knowledge. However, unlike other monasteries, the cloister is not closed off. Instead, it opens up to a terrace, a loggia, typically found in villas. This balcony, overlooking Florence, sent a clear message by design. The knowledge within these walls must reach the world. It is also a sign of how the Badia is inextricably linked to Florence. It is here that in the 15th century, a family of bankers, the Medici, rose to power. Their patronage of art and culture spurred the Renaissance, the Cultural Revolution that first put humankind at the center of the world. And nothing sums up the spirit of the Renaissance more than this inscription: De victa montis natura, man has conquered the sharp mountain. A way to say that humankind was shaping the landscape according to their own ideas. For Renaissance humanists, this meant striking a respectful balance. The plaque celebrates Cosimo the Elder of the Medici family. It was Cosimo who turned the Badia Fiesolana into a hub of Neoplatonic culture. Its impressive library fueled the rediscovery of the classics and broke the barrier between secular and religious texts. It attracted scholars from all over the world, much like it does today. And just like our scholars, monks and secular intellectuals would be seen here, walking together and discussing the ideas of their time. With the Habsburg dynasty taking over Tuscany in the 18th century, the influence of the Medici family faded. However, the location's love for knowledge lived on. In the 18th century, the Badia was home to the Academy of the Georgophili, Europe's first institute for the promotion of agronomy as a science. a sign of the revolutions of the time. Once again, the Badia became a symbol of man's dominion over nature. However, its peaceful location did not shield it from controversy. Perched between Florence and Fiesole, the Badia was between two powerful sparring municipalities. And trouble didn't end here. Let's have a look at the refectory, a few feet away from the cloister. This 1629 fresco by Giovanni di San Giovanni shows angels feeding Jesus after his fast in the desert. Over here, other angels pelt the devil with stones. And at the center, Jesus, dressed as a monk as he blesses the wine and bread, just like priests do in Catholic Mass. Now, this might seem pretty innocent, but in reality, it points to a key theological difference between Catholics and Protestants, and one that led to many wars in Europe between the 16th and 17th century. And there's more. It was citizens, the powerful Medici, that made sure the Badia church was fully rebuilt according to the time's architectural trends. It is now a splendid Renaissance church with its simple lines and luminous altar. The Badia survived many more of history's darkest moments and is still loyal to its pursuit of knowledge for the betterment of the world. The second day of the State of the Union takes place in Palazzo Vecchio, a symbol of civic power in the heart of Florence. Once again, the worlds of politics, academia, civil society and business meet here to debate our common future. At the 2022 State of the Union, we are no longer asking if humankind can conquer nature. Rather, we are asking, can humankind conquer the crises it has created? In other words, is Europe fit for the next generation?
Hello everyone, my name is Juan Montero. I'm the director of the transport chapter of the Florence School of Regulation here at the EUI. Welcome everyone to this session of the State of the Union, a Europe fit for the next generation. We are having a discussion, a panel on the role of rails in the new transport. So this whole State of the Union is about the next generation. Transport is in a moment of change, in a period of change. We see it with the new generation. The new generation is using more shared transport, scooters, electric scooters, shared vehicles. There is now a different way to use transport, and the transport industry and the institutions have to be ready to adapt to this change. We are in a moment of change also because of the green transition, and transport as one of the industries that is generating more emissions definitely has to change and has to adapt to the challenge of the Green Deal. And then we had COVID, which in some senses is helping the transition. Definitely we saw emissions being reduced. We saw different transport modes adapting to the new circumstances in different ways. We saw, for instance, we will be focusing a lot on rail. The transport of freight by rail reacted very well to the challenge, to the COVID challenge, but at the same time for passengers, public transport is facing a very particular challenge with COVID, with very heavy reductions in the volumes of passengers, and even some reluctance to use public transport against the private vehicle. And this is a big challenge because it goes against the modal shift that is somehow defined as the best policy for transport. So we are here to discuss how to adapt transport policies for the new generation in the European Union. And I would like to share with my panelists a first question, which is, where do you see transport, and in particular rail, in 10 years? What is your vision for rail in 10 years? So we will start with Walter Gotz, Head Cabinet for the Transport Commissioner, Adina Valiant. So where do you see transport in 10 years?
Thank you, Juan. Good morning. Hello, everybody. My vision for the rail in 10 years would be that by then we have a fully functioning, truly integrated European railway system, in the sense that it would be possible for a citizen to book a railway ticket from here, from Florence, let's say, to a place in South Germany, my home region, on a platform where you find a ticket in a competitive situation with several railway companies across several countries on a booking platform like it is we're used to have it for aviation today, with full price transparency, where different companies standing in competition offer cross-border services in a very transparent and competitive way. That would be my vision, my dream for the railway system in 10 years.
Thank you, Walter. Our next speaker is Alberto Mazzola, Executive Director of CER, the Community of European Railways and Infrastructure Managers. So what is your vision for railways in 10 years?
Thank you, Juan. Since a lively debate, I would say that we would like to fulfill Walter's dream before 10 years, but maybe we will find a way to discuss it later on. But I think what Walter said is very important, and we are working on that. Railways are doing three things, essentially: commuter transport, so for local transport, long distance and freight. Let me say, on commuter, we would like to be very well integrated in every urban nodes in Europe. So contributing public transport and railway for commuters, improving life. On freight, we have a dream to double, not in 10 years, but we had not a dream, let's say. We have a target to double our market share, and we see how we can make it. And let me say, more challenging is not for 10 years, but hopefully by 2040, as CR at least, we would like to see high speed connecting all European capitals, continental capitals, and major cities. Today we have islands in Spain, in Italy, in France, in Germany, very soon in Czechia and in Poland. We would like to have a European island where all these are connected.
Thank you, Alberto. And our next speaker, Mario Tartaglia, he works in the strategy department in a railway undertaking in Ferrovie dello Stato here in Italy. So what is your vision for railways in 10 years? How do you see railways in 10 years?
Thank you. Not only railway undertaking, also infrastructure manager. So we have a very, very big picture of what it's happening. We know now world is in troubles. We face a lot of problems like climate change, like pandemic and so on. And we know that transport is not sustainable as a rule in this age. We perceived the need to have a transition even before the explosion of these big troubles, and so we have both strategies. I think about the European Green Deal, and we have also facilities, for example, the EU Next Generation, to act. And how to act? I think the two big trends are digitalization and stopping climate change as possible. Digitalization, I think it's unavoidable. I mean, it's simply the use of what is the state of the art of technology now. So it's very powerful, but it's not avoidable to use it. So I'm very concerned in the problem of climate change, the decarbonization of transport. We know that decarbonization is a proxy of the idea of making transport more sustainable. And so I think this is the key issue. To make transport sustainable, we have to look at the railways that it's well known are the most sustainable transport mode today, but we have to act in the direction of looking at transport like an integrated, multimodal transport. We could go deep in this further later.
So that's for a vision. I mean, so we see a European railway area in competition with more railways, more passengers, more freight, greener and smarter. So I think that that's quite of a shared vision of where we want to go, where we want to be in 10 years, or even before, if possible. So now the next question would be, what are you doing in your different organizations in order to reach that vision, or what do you think that should be done by the sector as a whole in order to obtain this objective? So, Walter.
What are we doing? Well, the European Commission is, of course, the European regulator. So we have, first of all, a regulatory function, meaning that we have to open up and provide the regulatory framework for integrated European railway market, which we have done with the 4th railway package, so that legally speaking it is possible. Railway companies have the right to provide services across border and provide services also in all member states. So the legal framework is largely there, but there are still obstacles, of course, in the European railway system. Technical obstacles, sometimes political, and of course sometimes also a lack of infrastructure. So our role in the European Commission is, of course, to help overcoming these bottlenecks, these obstacles. In the sense, for instance, on infrastructure, we have just now proposed a revision of the Trans-European Network Regulation 10T, which is now with co-legislator, which aligns better the rail freight corridors with our European transport corridors, which gives a better role to intermodal transport, to urban nodes, to transshipment terminals, etc. And has also a very strict methodology as regards railway in the European Union, such as average speed of 160 kilometers per hour, and these kind of things, and digitalization, implementing the ERTMS system across our European railway tracks. So this is the investment and infrastructure angle which the European Union is doing. At the same time, we have, of course, also through our policy making very much a coordination function vis-à-vis the European railway community, the railway operators. We had last year, for instance, a European Year of Rail, where we had Connecting Europe Express. Alberto knows, we were traveling together, where we have set up a train which going across 22 countries in the European Union as a rolling laboratory to identify bottlenecks. And as an outcome of that European Year of Rail, we have presented in December last year an action plan to boost cross-border rail services. As you know, we have in our mobility strategy, which was adopted in December 2020, quite ambitious targets for the European railway system. We would like to double cross-border passenger rail by 2030 and increase rail freight by 50% by 2030. We have longer targets also in the Green Deal by 2050, but let's concentrate on 2030. These are no easy targets. So we need to look into a row of issues, bottlenecks to overcome, and that's what we are doing. One, in the European Union. We have, of course, also the European Railway Agency, who is a standard setter. So the authorization of equipment, of rolling stock, is something which is also a European task. And on top of it, I would say investment is of course coming also from the European Union, also from member states and from the private sector. But we do not have only the Connecting Europe facility, we have the Recovery and Resilience Fund, and we have regional funds. And the spending of European money goes very much now into the railway system, because railways are considered per definition as Green Deal, green, clean transport modes, which they are if they are electrified, and if you take aside that in some countries, of course, the electricity mix is still also CO2 emitting. But in the long run, railway is basically the flagship mode of transport for the Green Deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. So it's about investment.
Regulation.
It is about bottlenecks, so smart investment in the bottlenecks, but definitely it is about railway as the future of transport, so investment in transport and new generation funds playing a very important role there. So, Alberto, what needs to be done?
So first of all, what we are doing on the first dream that Walter quoted about possibility to have a ticket, a European ticket or platform where you can buy ticket from any part of Europe and going everywhere. As association, we approved, I would say, a roadmap last year, engaging all the 70 members of CER, the Community of European Railways, where we would like by 2025, so earlier than the next decade, to have a system where you can buy a ticket from any place of Europe 12 months in advance, so also tourist operators should be able to use it. That will provide guarantee, I would say, competition among operators, so being cleared by the antitrust authorities, using the same standard, and providing also the conditions to inform passengers in case of delays, what to do for the next train and so on. And let me say, by 2030 to be able to integrate also with airlines. It's not a dream, so it's something that is serious. We're working a lot. We met Passenger Federation, they like it, and they would like to have milestones with us. We met with ticket vendors, they agree on the standards. We are discussing with the European Commission. We would like to get the regulatory framework to go ahead, and let's say it's a market solution. So we'll be faster by any regulation. Having said that, ticketing is not enough. I take only the European perspective, the time is limited. I think in long distance, European perspective or national dimension, duration of the trip is important. We cannot keep people 20 hours on a train. So business stays 4 hours, a tourist stays 6 hours. Depending on the speed that you go, the average speed, you can make the calculation how far we can go. With an average speed of 200 kilometers per hour, we go to 1,200 kilometers, almost all Europe. So it is clear that with this plan, so developing high speed and connecting all capitals and major cities, we will be really able to displace aviation. This is what happened in Italy. Between Milan and Rome, it was difficult for Alitalia, but it was very good for Trenitalia and Italo. A lot of market moved from airlines to railways. And I have Carlo Borghini in front of me, and we are together with Europe's Rail, thinking about to launch a study what is needed in terms of investment and social consequences. Duration is key. For this, we need infrastructure. TEN-T is a very good proposal. We liked very much what the Commission proposed. We would like to have a bit more of ambition, if I may, on this master plan for high speed. On the rest, we are fine, and also on ERTMS. Second point, once you have the infrastructure, we think the market is there. Operators are ready to go and invest. Anywhere there is the infrastructure, there is the service. So we are ready to. Ease of comfort and ease of use is ticketing. What we will need to do this, and then also probably to go along these lines also the facilities we need for 5G in order to be fully connected. Brief point on freight, if I may. Please. Freight is also important. Let's say what has been started more than 20 years ago, by 2030, 2032 will be finished. Lyon-Turin between Italy and France, Brenner, Italy and Fehmarn Belt between Scandinavia and Germany, Rail Baltica connecting the Baltic countries to the rest of Europe, and many other projects will come to fruition. We expect that this will help freight. We would like more digital tools on there, so ERTMS is key, digital capacity management and so on. We are working on that. But where I find more difficult is level playing field. Anytime we discuss to get the same condition is difficult. Eurovignette revision is 3 times has been reviewed. Commission's proposing good proposal, but then watered down both in council, especially in council, let me say. And the parliament pushing, but not enough. On ETS, we are seeing the same difficulties. ETS extension to road is something that is finding this difficulty. So this is where it's more difficult. But that's important because we would like to have profitable railways. To be profitable, you need to have the same conditions to compete. Competition in rail freight is very fierce, so we don't need more, everybody's competing. But if we don't get this point, it's very difficult to invest. I don't know if I still have 1 minute on the COVID effect.
Let's stop here, we will have more rounds. So it's, first of all, investment in the more traditional infrastructure, high speed, but also in technology, ERTMS, ticketing, and if I get it correct, market, profitability, market tools on ticketing, market tools on to trigger investment by the infrastructure managers, railway undertakings. So now we go to the national level, the Italian experience. If I am correct, the Italian state is devoted a very significant part of the new generation funds to railways. So I think it's a very interesting experience and a model. Mario, if you can elaborate, what are you doing to reach your vision?
Can you hear me well? We are a big group, industrial group in the market, so we are one of the main actors in spending these funds in Italy. But I would like to start, because we talked a lot about digitalization, that's one of the key issues, but I would like to start again from the decarbonization issue, that's the other side of the coin. We know in Italy 25% of GHG emissions are due to transport, but for example, in the passenger sector, we have that around 6% of passenger kilometers are performed by railways, but only 0.1% of GHG climate change connected emissions are produced by railways. This means that before talking about what we are doing and what we are going to do, I think it's important to notice that we already done a lot of the job, because the problem of GHG emission in the Italian railways is not a problem anymore. And this is important to understand the scenario. In principle, if you want to fight climate change, you have to avoid to burn carbon-based fuels. And we did it, but in the road transport it is not so. because 95% of these emissions are due to road transport. So the problem of changing the driving system, the engines, is one of the tools we can use, but just in the road transport, in the air transport, not in railways, because we are fine now. And the other tool that we can use is to try to burn less carbon fuels as possible. It means to try to move people, for example, and freights, as much as possible with collective and optimized systems. For example, railways. Because, you know, if we don't impact climate change with railways, if we shift the passengers or the freights to railways, we improve the system, the whole system. The problem is that, in principle, take for example, the passenger example. People want to move from one door to another door. The railway is optimized, but it's not able to take people from one door to another door, because the first and the last mile, also in freight systems, needs to have more ancillary systems. So the key for solving this problem is to go to an integrated transport. Only if we integrate all the transport modes and we are able to give the better role to each mode of transport, we can improve the optimization of the system, we can reduce the impacts. And for doing that, we need integration. So the key word it's integration. About the use of funding, just the last topic I want to remember, you told me that in Italy about 13% of the entire EU Next Generation translated in the National Resilience and Recovery Plan is given to transport, and in particular about all funds, around 24 billion are given to us, to Italian Railways, to Ferrovie dello Stato Italiane, in order to develop a new, improved, enhanced network. We are going to do something that is the new edition of we did with Italian high-speed system. Alberto told about that. It was a big improvement. For example, between Rome and Milano, we have around 60% of modal share in the long-distance trips, against maybe 40–30% in the past. So it is a good road to go. In particular, this 24 billion, we are going to spend them in extending the high-speed network, for connecting better all the other zones of Italy, for example the south, by reducing the gap between north and south, improving electrification, improving other regional and nodes systems, for example also stations, and obviously going to the digitalization, also with signaling systems, the ERTMS, for example, that's the European Common Signaling System that can improve the train running by maximizing capacity and so using better the lines.
Thank you, Mario. So you raised different points. So it's, again, investment, and you're explaining how these next generation funds are being channeled into railways, better integration across transport modes. And then you were referring, and I think it's not the first time, to modal shift. And I would like to raise the next question to the panelists. I think we have to be realistic, and modal shift has been an objective already for, I would say, more than a decade at least. But if you go to the statistics, it's not quite happening, and definitely it's not happening fast enough. What are the challenges? I mean, if we want to be constructive, what are the challenges, the obstacles that are making modal shift not being as fast as we would wish? I mean, you would make some reference, bottlenecks, I mean, but could you identify some of these challenges, obstacles, and how to overcome them? Walter, for example?
Yeah, Juan, thank you. Let me first add one thing to the last question, because I forgot to mention, we have here in our room Carlo Borghini, who is the Executive Director of our Europe's Rail joint undertaking, and that's also an angle where the European Union is very strong in fostering research cooperation on railways in the European Union. So thank you, Carlo, for your input on that angle, and it brings me directly to your question, what is needed in order to overcome the bottlenecks to finally make it towards a modal shift. I mean, we have a modal shift in passenger rail, as Mario has said, and there is also a slight modal shift in freight. It's not that dire, the picture, as it is sometimes painted, but in order to achieve our targets by 2030 and in the long run 2050, we need quite a fundamental shift towards modal towards intermodal transport, and there needs a lot to be done. I think we have basically, if you look in the action plan which the European Commission has adopted in December last year, we have quite a good list what really needs to be done, and most of the points have already been mentioned here. Accelerating digitalization, we need ERTMS, the rail traffic management system, we need digital coupling. It is exactly what brings a benefit if we go towards, and there is Carlo very much helpful on these new technologies to get away from the analog world to the digital world in railway system in the future. We need to remove redundant national technical barriers. They are still there, and it's the ERA who is working on that together with national regulators. We need to look in rolling stock. Rolling stock is something which is sometimes too old. Rolling stock is used for 40 years or 50 years. Of course it needs also investment, but we see for the moment with the horrible war in Ukraine how desperately rolling stock is needed to transport refugees out of the countries, goods out of the countries, and humanitarian help into the country. So we have a rolling stock issue where we need to look at. We have a personnel issue. Let's not forget these thousands of transport workers. Training for train drivers, having good working conditions, bringing young people into your profession, being attractive as an employer is something which we have to look at. Modernizing the rail infrastructure, I mentioned it, we look into that with the TEN-Ts. More efficient use of the rail network, that is what will come next year or by the end of this year with a proposal to make the rail freight corridors more efficient. I think the efficiency, and it's also Carlo's camp, to look into, and Alberto, what needs to be done to make the maximum use of the existing infrastructure. We cannot wait to double our infrastructure in 20 years. It will not be possible in the European Union. But we have synergies which we can lift in our European infrastructure, and that needs to be done. We are a regulator, we can look into the competitiveness of rail, that's the access charges, the road access charges. ETS was mentioned by Alberto, which should make the polluter pays more clear in the modal system. Ticketing is more for passengers, was already mentioned. So I think there's a basket of measures, Juan, which need to be done. There's no one silver bullet. Thank you.
Yeah, but I take this, definitely it's about investment, but not only about investment. It's about making a better use of the infrastructure that we have and that we are developing. So better ticketing, more intensive use, better coordination among all the actors. I would add, particularly at a European level, cross-border. I take that point. Alberto, challenges. Why is it not happening fast enough?
First of all, I go back to the title of the conference, A Euro Fit for the Next Generation. I think railways fit into this picture. When we ran the train last year, connecting Europe Express all around Europe, even though it was a difficult time for COVID, let me say, we noticed everywhere demand for more railways, political support, social support, so young people supporting it, politicians also supporting it. And let me say, I'm old enough to have seen 3 white papers of the Commission, transport white paper. This is the first time that I see really investment. The previous one, I didn't see them enough. So cohesion funds in the past were going to road instead of railways. We didn't have the recovery and resilience facility. Connecting Europe facility was really I would say supporting railways, but it was a very small amount of money compared to the rest. So now for the first time we see it. You quoted Italy, I can quote also, I looked Denmark, Austria and Luxembourg in the highest investment. Then we have also Italy spending a lot, Spain is putting a lot of investment on sustainable mobility, and some other countries less. Let me say that I see investment. On ERTMS and the digital, I think Europe has been too shy, let me say. In 25 years, we equipped less than 10% of the network. This means this is a project of 220, 250 years. It's too long. I think here we need to recognize that we didn't manage properly. It's not railways, I would say railways pushed a lot. We need investment and the coordination at the European level and member state, and we need to go much faster and quicker. If we don't achieve it, there's no interoperability, and freight is suffering. So I would plead. I've seen a question on, and I say also an investment, let me say, in the last 30 years, there is 10% less of rail infrastructure in Europe, and 80% more of motorways. So you can see where the investment went. I hope that we are able to rearrange in the next 30 years, and so we have more infrastructure. There was a question on Ukraine, if I may. It's a bit beyond this. Ukraine Railways are a partner of CR. After the start of the war, I think almost 3 million people left Ukraine, migrants, migrated into Europe, the European Union, thanks to the support of Ukrainian Railways. All our members of the border, but not only on the border, help and support migrants, so starting from Polish Railways, Slovakian Railways, Hungarian Railways, Romanian, and also Moldova, who's a partner. I would say that more than 1,500,000 people use the railways on the border to get into Europe. And all the other European railways in Europe all has provided free movement to migrants. Let me say, we are seeing people also starting to go back. So last week and last 2 weeks there were more people going back to Ukraine than coming out, but probably depending on the events on the war, we see movements. What I want to underline that all railways has been very active from the first moment on that, and as for COVID, probably we have been the more resilient mode. When COVID started, road freight went down minus 40%, railways went down minus 10%. So that's an important point, because when we discussed about a resilient continent, I think everybody should think railways as one really of the resilience mode of transport. And on Ukraine, I think we made our effort, it was needed. I hope that the situation will improve and we get peace as soon as possible in convenient terms. But let's say the resilience was an important point that was valid everywhere. Last on COVID, if I may, because it's a key.
Sure, please.
We have seen a lot of investment in infrastructure, but we lost 50 billion euros in commercial revenues. 50 billion, which is a lot. 10 billion of them have been, more or less, has been compensated by member states, but we have in our debts 40 billion euros. So there is a mismatch now, a lot of investment in infrastructure. Italy is the example, for instance. But we have, at least in terms of railway undertakings, a lot of debts in the accounts of the companies that need to be addressed. probably a bit of support, as is being done for airlines, will be needed also for railways, so that we can restart better.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. So lots of points. Maybe I would like to pick up one. I mean, smart investment, ERTMS. This is the way to even not only to multiply the capacity of the existing infrastructure. So this is the kind of really change of for the game. So maybe for a debate afterwards. And Mario, back to you. Obstacles, challenges. Why modal shift is not working fast enough?
Okay, obstacles would be a long story. I go into the Italian example. I have in mind some cases, but I would like to just to tell you two examples of obstacles and then the big one at the end. So one example is the shortage of qualified skills in Italy. You know, I told we have 24 billion to spend in renewing the Italian railways, extending and enhancing and updating the Italian railways, but in Italy probably we will face to a shortage of skills, of jobs. The estimates are about 150,000 jobs that we need to make these investments in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan that they are not available soon. So we have to invest in training. We have to join and make partnership with universities, with training institutes, and renewing skills inside the companies. We are doing that at the Italian Ferrovie dello Stato. This is one of the key issues. It is very simple. It could seem to be a little issue, but it is very big because we need it to realize the investments. Another example could be the lack of a level play field. I mean, you know, the externalities of rail system is very low compared to the one of the road system and the air systems. You know that these externalities produce costs for the society, for the countries, that are very big. And we know it because Eurovignette was a facility that Europe thought about overcoming this problem. But it is not mandatory. At the state, if I am right, we have that 75% of externalities, of just operation costs of railways are covered by taxes and charges, but the level of covering of road systems and air system is very low, about 30–40%. So I think that we have to think about this facility.
Level playing field.
Level playing field. Okay. And the last one, if I can, I think it's the big one. It is that having a state-of-the-art infrastructure is not enough. Having a good system of services is not enough. We have to understand the needs of people and freight operators in order to supply what they need to satisfy their needs. So it is very important that we will be able to analyze the demand, to focus the demand, and to create the possibility of a real integration between modes and performing integrated transport. In other words, and I'm going to close, we can say that we don't need only to serve the country with our services and the infrastructures. We need to be able to tell people, to tell country, to go into their mind, to go into their hearts, and to understand their wishes, their needs, and we have to realize their wishes in order to be effective.
More market-oriented, listen more to demand. Okay, now we are go to the Q&A. We have a very distinguished audience, both in this wonderful, I was going to say room, but this is more than a room, it's a wonderful church, and online. We have also a very distinguished online audience. So we go now for questions. Maybe we start with a question here in the room. Please, first question, comment.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Professor Montero. Thank you for having me called in. I'm Carlo Borghini, the Executive Director of the Europe's Rail Joint Undertaking. Europe's Rail is working to ensure that the rail system in Europe fit for the next generation. And I think we are working on technology, but we are not, it's not technology driven, it's system driven in order to create new services and operations. One of the key elements that still we will face is that deployment of new technology, new solution can create new obstacle to interoperability if we don't ensure coordinated and consistent deployment. And we know that the investments are national investments, which is, in the opinion of the panel, the way that we can address the future in order to ensure consistent and coordinated deployment and to reach the European rail network. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was a very good question.
It was more a comment.
A comment for a quick, how can we ensure it? I mean, I think it was I don't know if you want to raise any comment about it, because it's
Alberto.
Maybe.
Thank you for the question. I will take an example which is everybody knows in railways, ERTMS, that didn't work so far. Technology is good, it has been developed at the European level, but deployment has been very poor. If I may say, at that moment when it was launched, personally, I was in the industry and I was following two projects, Galileo, space satellite, and the ERTMS, both European projects. In case of Galileo, the satellites are on space, they are all there. We have a very good program, already finished. In case of ERTMS, we are not. We are far away. In case of Galileo, the European Union launched a joint undertaking, like your ones. And thanks to a joint undertaking put together European Commission, Member States, suppliers, and the funding. So it was a system that worked and provided that we get the system. If we have done the same in ERTMS, probably we would have had ERTMS, in my opinion. It would have been difficult to find the start with the funding, but it was not so huge, at least in terms of just ERTMS. I think we need to coordinate, because railways, is, as you said, is a system. If you apply all technology in a small part, we become only a problem, especially if it is a system technology. And this is why we are pleading also on the 10T revision today, that for ERTMS, for instance, we need something stronger than what we have today.
Okay, thank you. Now we go to the questions raised by the audience online. I want to take this first question about night services. I think this is something that is very hot at the moment. There is this question for you, Walter. What can the EU do to support the development of night services?
Well, we are, of course, fully aware of the calls to enhance night trains in Europe. And I think it fits overall very well to our strategy to enhance the cross-border passenger rail. Night trains are per definition long distance and often cross-border. So I think the action plan which we have proposed should give every tool also which would be needed by night trains. I don't think that there is a legal or regulatory obstacle There are good examples of night trains in Europe, from Vienna to Brussels. There is one domestic one in Finland. Scandinavian countries are looking into night trains. Some countries, there were night trains and they were given up in the last years. I think there was a profitability issue there. So the European Commission obviously can only set a regulatory frame. In the end, services in the market need to be profitable. Night trains are quite intensive also as regards investments. You need specific rolling stock. Often the rolling stock is not yet there, so it needs investments. And if night trains are profitable, then I'm sure there is also an opportunity to use them more in the European Union. So we have a very positive approach to that, but we look a bit also to have the mindset and the thinking in member states and also in the railway companies to think cross-border and to come to us what is needed. If there were a regulatory barrier, like something like in access charges or whatever, cross-border, we can look maybe also in public service obligations. I'm not so sure, but I want to mention it. That's a very legal instrument which could also maybe be applied. And there's maybe also investment coming into such services from, not necessarily from the European Commission, but European Investment Bank, I could imagine, because it's of course Green Deal spending. So I think there is opportunity there, but it needs very much also now the taking up the opportunity by the railway companies.
So yeah, maybe some guidelines on night services in the new guidelines, PSO guidelines, maybe that could be helpful.
We can look in PSO, indeed.
Now we have a challenging question. I think that's interesting. So we are talking about modal shift as a way to, particularly from road to rail, as a way to reduce emissions. But there was this challenging question: how do we make railways more green? Because there is room for improvement also. Mario, I don't know if you, what is doing, for instance, your group to improve to reduce your emissions?
Okay, we thought that in principle, for example, in Italy, we have a very green rail system because not only because we have more than 70% of lines that are electrified, but I will say that 95% of passengers are running on electrified trains. So it's very, very effective. But it is not a general rule. I mean, in Europe, we don't have in every country the same situation. So there is a problem, a first problem about going to clean and green driving systems. And you know that it's not true, it's not a surprise to say that even electric powered vehicles could be pollutant or impacting climate change, because it depends on the way you produce energy. For example, if we produce energy by burning petrol, oil, the electricity is not clean. There is a debate about hydrogen-powered vehicles. We know that now the hydrogen production is called gray hydrogen, because the emission of CO2 that we have in producing this hydrogen, that in principle is clean when you use it on board of the vehicle, but the production of this is very pollutant in terms of CO2. So it's a very, very complex situation. But I think that we started from a good point. I told that railways are surely the best system in this perspective.
Thank you. We have another challenging question. I like this question quite a lot. We have seen a lot of very nice exercises for offering free rail tickets to Ukrainian refugees. So really the industry has mobilized to transport out. Alberto, you were making the reference. But at the same time, some cross-border coordination between railways has been identified with these free tickets. And maybe this is just one example of the lack of coordination in ticketing that we have been discussing along the session. Any lessons learned maybe for this very particular experience, Alberto?
Let's say it's first of all very challenging. Nobody was ready for the war. And we heard Under Secretary Amendola this morning talking about 3 priorities for the European Union. The third one was migration policy. Let's say there is no migration policy inside the European Union. And when we started to discuss and we launched independently, let's say independently of every institution inside our association, an exchange of information concerning Ukrainian refugees, because of course border countries were overwhelmed by this. And we got in contact, for instance, with DG Move, with a strong exchange. Let's say that European Union is more organized to provide humanitarian aid outside the Union than inside. So we were discussing, can we support railways for the effort some of them are doing? And we said, it's easier to get support for outside the European Union humanitarian aid than inside. That was a bit of a lesson, let's say. And we understand that the discussion we had in migration policy, we heard also this morning, I don't think that railways can solve it. Just to be very clear, it is beyond. In terms of lesson what we had, we exchanged among ourselves. So, and everybody at the end applied without any, I would say, we didn't receive order for any public authorities. But then it's been followed. We applied a policy of free tickets for Ukrainian migrants, in some cases with conditions, in some cases for related to the fact that you're a migrant or not. On the other side, we also worked in providing humanitarian aid to Ukraine, food. Then there are more difficult topics that I don't think we can discuss it yet. It's not. But just be aware that Ukrainian railways are bombed every day. So there are also more difficult questions.
One final question. It will be for you, Walter. It's a reference to also this multimodality, something that we didn't refer to. It's multimodality maritime rail. Is this one of the bottlenecks maybe that you were referring to in terms of infrastructure? So is the multimodality ships getting, I don't know, from China, from other parts of the world, getting to Europe, to our ports? Are our ports ready?
Well, that's very much part of our TEN-T. I mean, we have, of course, in the TEN-Ts not only the railway, we have the ports, we have the inland waterways, and we have even the airports in there and the roads. And one of the major objectives of the methodology of the TEN-Ts is to connect ports, inland ports and seagoing ports with railway systems. And if their calls were to come up for the CEF projects to be financed, they would be fully in our methodology and fully financed by the European Union. And it's also part of our recovery and resilience facility to go for maritime ports infrastructure spending.
Thank you very much. You want to raise? Please, Mario.
If I can add just think about Italy. Yes, it's true we need to integrate better ports and railways. We are doing that in some Italian ports, but in principle I think there is something not working in the general system, because, for example, you know, freights come from far, going to the Mediterranean, passing in front of Italy. That's a platform in the sea, and generally go to the North Europe in order to be shipped by maybe train or by road. Italy could play a better role in this case, I think. The connection with ports is very important, but it's also important to plan the correct use of infrastructure, because, you know, if we don't take care of the needs of the demand, where there is the need to go with the freights, where there is the demand to receive the freights, and the level of service of the rail trip that could be not competitive, maybe we cannot solve the problem.
I think, Mario, thank you very much. I think we have to put an end now to the panel. I think this is a very good example of how really the possibilities to transform. We are in a moment of deep transformation in the way transport is being managed, and I think this was a very good example of the potential transformation. So thank you very much to you, all three panelists. Thank you very much for the audience, the questions that were raised, and your time. And we have to close now. I'm looking forward to other panels in this State of the Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next session that we will host in church will start at 12:15.
Good morning to all of you. A warm welcome in this discussion on climate policy and on the real relevant question whether the crisis in Ukraine is changing the political context or is helping the political context to have a stronger climate policy in Europe. I have a distinguished panel with me, and we are partly online and partly in presence here today. And I will introduce the panelists. On my left I have Mrs. Petra de Zutter, who is the Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium. Petra was very active also in the European Parliament before in the Green fraction, and we are really pleased to have you here, Petra. We have in the room as well Gerasimus Thomas. Gerasimus is Director General for DG TaxSud in the European Commission. We worked very well together in our previous functions in the Commission, and Gerasimus also was active in policy making. He was the State Secretary for Energy in Greece before. And then we have online Ottmar Edenhofer, who is the Director of the Potsdam Institute for Klima and is also Director in the Mercator Funds in Germany. Ottmar has been very active in the formation of climate policy in Germany and in Europe, and he's going to be a strong voice, I think, also in the coming months and years about the situation in Germany and how to deal with the crisis that we are having there. And finally we have Francesco Starace, who is CEO from Enel company. Good morning, Francesco. We are very pleased to have you. You have a company that is very active in the field of renewables and, of course, power generation, but having your view from the private sector in the question that is in front of us is going to be very important. So the question I wanted to ask is, in fact, the question of this session, and the opening question would be the same to all panelists, but with one caveat, that is that we would like to have one particular question or issue raised from the different perspectives of the panelists about what may be changing, not only in the negotiations that are currently ongoing in the European Commission, in the European institutions, in the Council, in the Parliament, on the Fit for 55 package, but also in the implementation of climate policy, because there is a lot to be done, the targets are there, etc., etc. Now, all observations and analysts have been saying, in the long term, climate policy and energy security are going to fall in the same direction. We have to get rid of fossil fuels, and there is no hesitation to go into more renewable energy, more energy efficiency, and policies related to that. But the problem is, of course, in the shorter term, and the short and medium term is the political reality we are in. And so I would like to turn in the alphabetical order of our panelists, and I would like to hand over the microphone first to Ottmar Edenhofer from Germany, in having the question what is going to happen with climate policy implementation and negotiation in the coming weeks, months, and maybe years. So Ottmar, great to see you, and the microphone is yours.
Do you hear me, Jos?
We do not hear you yet, but I'm looking at the organizers.
I can hear you, Ottmar.
Very good.
I think it's something.
Ottmar, I think there is a technical fix that needs to be undertaken. If you understand it well, then I think we go first to Mrs. de Zutter, with the same question. What is the impact going to be, in your view, on the implementation of climate policy and the negotiation in the institutions?
Well, let me start by saying, of course, that the Ukrainian crisis is, for the time being, a terrible event in the European history and on our soil, and it is a crisis that asks all member states to react in the fields of humanitarian aid, military aid, and so on. But secondary to that, we have the very high energy prices that we're talking about in this panel, and that we need to address. This is in the short term indeed leading to the fact that member states are adjusting their own climate and energy plans that they had in mind towards the goals of the Green Deal and the ambitions that we were setting for 2030, 2050. In the short term, this will lead in certain instances to the fact that some of these ambitions probably will have to be reviewed and will maybe not be realized as fast as we want. We can see that for coal, we can see that for lignites. I was just in Greece and the decision was just taken to prolong. But on the other hand, I think it's an opportunity also to accelerate towards independency. That's what we all need to get loose of Russian gas and oil towards renewables. And so I think if you make the net balance of these two, factors that go in different directions, the net result, in my view, will be positive. Maybe not the first 2 years, because we will have other challenges, again, the prices, and we'll have to help our populations, and that's probably I would say the view that I will develop a little bit more now to manage these prices and the economic crisis actually that follows from that. People must be able to pay their bills, and it's important for social stability, you could even say for democracy if you want. So this is the number one priority for governments now, and they may have to take some decisions towards independency that go against the climate ambitions, but I think it will also, due to the acceleration, go faster afterwards, and in the long run you opened your statement with that. As to the social aspects, you can see that most governments take all kinds of measures, lowering TVA, subsidizing, giving money to people to pay their bills. I think this is a very short-term, maybe necessary measure. We also did that in Belgium. We liberated 3 billion euros in less than 6 months' time. That's something we never would have done in other circumstances, just to help people pay their bills, energy bills, and also the gas, for driving their cars. But if you think about it, these are not the measures that we want, because actually we are paying the bills for people and they don't change any of their behavior. If we want to go towards renewables, to sustainability, we will also have to do more efforts than that. Renovation and installation of homes, buildings, transport, the whole thing where now energy efficiency can also be increased. That's something that we also have to do, and we also lower TVA on photovoltaic panels, on heat pumps and so on in the next 1.5 years to come, to help people to go to less consumption of energy. Because we did, and maybe if I may mention this, we did a survey, or there was a survey just recently in Belgium, and it was published today, asking people what they expect from their governments. And actually it's striking, but we knew already politically, we felt it. They want the government to pay their bills, and for the rest nothing should change. So we pay the gas, but they will drive as many kilometers as before. And we all know that this is not the solution, this is not the sustainable way that we need to go if we want to get out of fossils and go towards renewable. So we will all have to do an effort. But raising taxes or making debt is not something that people are willing to do. So we'll have a lot of work to have that social support, which is an important one if we want to be successful in our policies.
Thank you very much. And what I deduct from what you are saying is that there may be a short-term problem that we are going to have those fossil fuels that we are not liking very much, like coal, but that we have and that we are in need for a targeted social policy. And I think that's one of the questions that I would like to bring back to Otmar. Again, the same opening question, but Otmar, you have been developing quite a number of statements also in the German debate on the ETS2, the ETS that would be widened towards exactly the construction, transportation elements. Your views, is the current crisis going to have an impact when it comes to negotiations on the Fit for 55 package?
Can you hear me now?
Now we hear you loud and clear. So
wonderful, wonderful. That's great. So thanks for the invitation. Yeah. So first of all, let me highlight that I believe that the current war will bring a few different elements into the equation, and here I would like to highlight two: energy security and social security. These are the both important components, and let me elaborate on this a little bit. So first, what we see is now in Europe, of course, increasing gas prices, and this increasing gas prices drive the sharp increase of the electricity prices. And this is, for example, in Belgium, but also in Germany, one reason why the government has prepared a large-scale compensation package. And I think this is absolutely necessary because in particular, the poor income households, they very much depend on gas, and they spend an overproportional share of their income for gasoline, but also for heating and so on. So compensation is needed. But this compensation, and this is quite important, should not be based on their energy consumption. The contrary, it should be based on the low income status. So this targeted compensation is needed. So the second aspect is that what we see at the global scale, that the gas prices are increasing much higher than the coal price. And this leads to a continuation of the renaissance of coal, in particular in Asia. But also there is now a debate, in particular in Germany, that temporarily we will also in the next winter use more coal. So fortunately in Europe we are in a much better position than Asia because we have the European emissions trading scheme for electricity and for industry. And thanks to the system we have a given cap, and when we use a little bit more coal due to this increasing CO2 price, so other sectors in the economy have to reduce the emissions, and so in the end, we can be consistent with our climate goals. But nevertheless, this is an important aspect. And this brings me to the second aspect here, in particular in Europe. So now we are negotiating, contemplating, analyzing the second ETS for building, road and transport. And if you do the calculation for the Fit for 55 package, it shows very clearly that these goals can only be achieved when we have, even before 2030, a decline in oil and gas consumption and also on oil and gas imports. So this has two implications. The first one is that this signals to all oil and gas exporters that Europe, if it sticks to the Fit for 55 and to the second ETS, so this will be a sharp decline on oil and gas consumption. And this has also, and from my point of view, could be a starting point that Europe as a whole, thanks to this second ETS, can act on the oil and the gas market as a unified actor, which could be quite important. And this also brings this energy security aspect also into the equation, because we could complement the second ETS with import fees on Russian gas and oil, and this would reduce the income of Russia significantly, because Russia has to anticipate that Europe will reduce the oil and the gas demand, and therefore this will also reduce their revenues. It seems to me this is a quite important component, and this depends very much on the future of this second ETS. If we have a second ETS, so then we have a European policy. If we fail to implement it, so we will be pushed back into national climate and energy policies, which would be, from my point of view, in a time when energy security is so important, not only climate policy, this would be, from my point of view, a big failure. And I hope in Europe we will be able to implement the second ETS for climate reasons, for energy security reasons, and we will be able to complement this aspect with the social security compensation at the European, but in particular on the levels of the member states.
Thank you very much, Otmar. So you make a case for reinforcing the negotiations on the climate package, and in particular the extension of the carbon price signal to sectors like construction and transportation. Related to that, of course, because it gives revenues for social corrections. I would like to switch the question to Francesco Starace, because he is a major player in the sector that you have been mentioning. And Francesco Starace is, I hope, still online. May I shift the microphone to you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay,
so
great.
The microphone is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Jos. And again, thanks for inviting me in this very important and interesting panel. Well, I agree with what was said before, in the sense that clearly this is a situation in which all of a sudden Europe has discovered the importance of energy security. This was not such a hot topic only 6 months ago, was it? No one really was that concerned about the fact that we would be able to cross next winter heating our homes and driving our industries at full blast. And this is today not so obvious. So I think that's the news. And the news are also that there is, as you said, Jos, a direct complementary link between energy security and the efforts that at European level we were pushing to decarbonize our energy mix. In fact, they reinforce each other. The more we decarbonize, the more secure our energy supply will be. The issue, of course, is that you have to, first of all, survive. You know, there is a Latin sentence that says primum vivere. So when you have a problem, first of all, you need to survive. And that explains what Madame de Sutter was saying before, that there is this apparent contradiction on the very short term, that in order to survive, we need to burn more coal and lignite than we thought we would be doing, because we want to make sure that we can have the storage of gas supply for the next winter, given what the situation is unfolding in front of us, unfortunately, in Ukraine. But it's true that if we accelerate on the trend that Fit for 55 was already outlining, we would improve our energy security going forward in a large way. And I think at this point, we have also a second theme coming up, which is not only decarbonize, therefore reduce the use of fossil fuels going forward, but also diversify, which means broaden the spectrum of the sources of additional countries around the world from which we can source the residual fossil fuels for the medium term that might be needed in Europe. We're not talking about 2050, we're talking about 2035, 2025, 2026, 2027, by which years we will still have the need for some fossil fuels. And this diversification requires investments that maybe were not fully focused into the Fit for 55 package. They did not have new regasifying terminals in that program. I think it's obvious now that a few regasification facilities are needed in some parts of Europe. Germany has none. Italy has too few. If you take the eastern countries that even have no access to the sea, how do they source their gas from? It has to be piped from somewhere else, requiring additional terminals. That is an investment for the security of supply on the medium term that I think Europe will have to face. It's not a lot of money, but it probably will be necessary to cope with the transient. Is it in line with Fit for 55? Probably without this war, we would not need that investment. We would be diminishing our imports from Russia going forward, but that is not anymore something that we can count on. So the news are that security of supply is accelerating the core of the efforts that Fit for 55 was asking for. So double down on renewables and decarbonize as much as you can, electrify as much as you can, and make it simple and easy for people to switch. But in the meantime, complement that with additional investments that are needed to diversify the residual fossil fuel that are going to be still needed in the transit. I think the words sometimes are important in this debate. Sometimes I hear terms like the cost of the transition. And I think the word cost is what we have today. Costs are the money we throw at gas at crazy prices that will be burnt to generate electricity. That's a cost. The investments are those that Europe is trying to put down into additional investment, additional infrastructure that will kill the cost of buying fossil fuel. So there's a difference between the money that goes into buying fuel and the money that goes into building things that will eliminate the need of buying fuels. Clearly, if you ask people, people just want to go about with their lives. I mean, I think this is kind of understandable and needs to be fully managed. I think in our case, we supply energy to millions and millions of people, but we have always maintained that a medium to long-term contract at fixed price is much better than riding the pool prices every day. And those customers of ours that have followed this advice have so far been insulated from this huge shock. And I think that's what's missing in Europe also, and that's as far as market design is concerned. I think we might talk about that later. Establish longer-term price signals in Europe is necessary if we want to navigate together with the European citizens this transit. Otherwise, it will be very complicated.
Thank you very much, Francesco. In fact, the emphasis you are putting on the diversification strategy that we need on energy opens up a new international dimension. And that leads the question to Gerasimus Thomas, because Gerasimus, the impact of the Ukraine war on the negotiations in Council and Parliament, and in particular you are responsible for the CBAM, the border tariff on carbon that we would put on products. It's part of a new international strategy. And so the diversification strategy that Francesco is appealing on, is that going to be reinforced through the CBAM?
Yeah, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you for inviting me here, and thanks to the organizer for making this wonderful event. I think there is consensus from the panel already that the war is not going to fundamentally alter the 2030 targets that we have. If anything, it's going to accelerate what we are trying to achieve from now to 2030 with some need for adjustment for the next couple of years. And we have ETS, the importance of ETS as the major contributor to the Fit for 55 objective is confirmed. ETS reform and extension are, let's say, contributing to with about 50% of the effort that we need for 50-55. Then we have regulation and we have taxation, who is trying to change the behavior. And I think this part, in the short term, taxation does not work in order to increase incentives to change. In the short term, due to the social constraints, taxation actions by member states are there to alleviate the burden. I should say on the positive side that all the measures taken by the member states so far on reducing excise duties or VAT except for one member state, all the member states have kept within the rules. So they have taken measures, but within the current European rules. This does not solve all the problems, but at least gives a positive sign. Now, going forward, I think domestically, we need to keep taxation as an incentive to change behavior to now from 2030. So we are preparing a package of energy for the heads of states and government later this month. So we are reflecting on how taxation measures could facilitate change and encourage, let's say, or accelerate changes going forward, changes on new investments, on greener sources, on electricity, on heat pumps, or on hydrogen or biomethane that are needed in the medium term. When it comes to our international partners, the proposal of the Commission and the general agreement we have at the Council is that CBAM will only start in 2026. And it will give the strong signal going forward to our trading partners that there is no room to create a new oil-based industry to export to Europe. That's what it is about. It is a signal that we give to our international partners that eventually, whether due to CBAM or whether due to product regulation, we have SPI regulation, standard sustainable product initiatives, the future imports of the Union as the single market and one of the biggest markets in the world, the future of the market is one where sustainability is important. Sustainability of raw materials, sustainability of products, and therefore this signal will remain strong. I think there is political consensus in the Parliament and the Council to have the signal there that in the future Europe will not be a continent where everybody around the world would export dirty products, and I think this basic understanding will sustain the forthcoming discussions that we are having in June and moving forward with an agreement. The same on taxation, while in the short term it will play part of the social response. Eventually, prioritization of taxes to favor clean sources of energy will prevail, and I think this is very clear among member states.
Thank you, Gerasimus. And you know that in the preparation of the conference, we did a poll asking the participants online and here in the room whether the Ukraine crisis would weaken Europe's climate policy, yes or no. And the results of the poll are just appearing. Some 56% say yes, some 44% say no. So that does not entirely reflect the optimism that was reflected in the panel, if I translate it. So the public opinion is a bit divided between whether, yes, it is in the end going to be helpful for climate policy. Any spontaneous reactions from the panel? Mrs. de Sutter, yeah?
Well, you could read the question like in the short term, and then I would also say yes. If it's on the long term, I would say no. So.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good qualifier. Now, may I have a follow-up question perhaps to Ottmar? Because Ottmar Edenhofer in Germany, the Chancellor, has been putting the idea of the carbon club on the table of the G7. And I think the comments that Gerasimus was making as a reaction to Francesco's comments on the diversification strategy that we need, the carbon club idea, is that sorting out a number of related questions that are going beyond the border tariff, the CBAM that Gerasimus was giving, and what are the plans of the G7 in this context? Can you shed us any light? Ottmar?
First of all, Jos, let me highlight that I would describe the CBAM and the climate alliance or club idea. These are different components. And I think it is worthwhile to go back to the international scale in order to appreciate this idea of the climate club. So if you look at the current situation, which I mentioned in the beginning of my statement, that the gas prices are rising much faster than the coal prices, this leads to, in particular in Asia, to a continuation of the renaissance of coal. And the most recent calculations the IPCC did is, if you analyze the coal-fired plants which are now planned and are under operation, they will produce cumulative emissions around 300 gigatons, which is the amount of cumulative emissions which is almost the available carbon budget, which is consistent with the 1.5 limit. So in that sense, coal phase out, a global coal phase out in the international negotiations is absolutely needed. Otherwise, we would close the door to the 1.5 limit almost in an irreversible way. So this is a very, very timely. And the idea of the carbon club is that, the idea is to complement the process of the United Framework Convention, because the NDCs, the national determined contributions, which are the voluntary contribution of the countries, are not sufficient at all to deal with this issue. And within this carbon club idea, the idea is there's some coordination around a minimum carbon price. It's not very clear if it is explicit or an implicit carbon price, but at least a kind of a club which helps to phase out coal. On the one hand, increasing the level of ambition and the carbon prices, but on the other hand, to finance this coal phase out and the transition for the smaller countries and the poorer countries to do this, also in Asia, and to have an exchange, so to say, providing a little bit financial helps and transfers, but in exchange an increase of the carbon price. At least this is the idea. And as always, political ideas, they have some kind of ambiguity. But this is something which the German government has written in the coalition contract. And this is something Germany wants to pursue during the G7 process.
Thank you, Ottmar, for putting it in a broader framework beyond the CBAM discussion that we are currently having on the table on the Fit for 55. Now, through the internet and the web stream media that are following this conference, there is also the suggestion to come forward with questions. And one of the questions that was asked by many through the network was that the economic fallout from phasing out the Russian fossil fuels is not going to be the same for all member states in Europe. And it risks that the poorest ones are going to be the most exposed. So the question is to the panelists, what can the EU do to modify or to have a good reply to this situation? Perhaps, Petra, may I turn the question to you?
Yes, well, I'll start and then others can continue. No, I think it's perfectly true. The question, you see that member states are trying to find alternatives at a very short term for the Russian gas, and for instance, investing in LNG. I was in Greece, I said already, I saw LNG terminals there that are upgraded. But what we need, of course, is a grid, is interconnectivity between member states so that we can help each other. In Belgium, for instance, we have quite some gas coming also through LNG terminals. We are dependent for only 6% of the Russian gas, which doesn't mean a lot because the prices are, of course, determined at a quite different level. And we have solidarity mechanisms there so that one member state helps the other. And we also will have to take into account that some member states will have more difficulties to get out of coal, for instance, like in Poland. So there must be mechanisms that play onto that solidarity, financial mechanisms, also mechanisms that look at the people. You already addressed the Social Climate Fund indirectly, but this is going to be very important, so to have the public support for a common energy policy in the EU. And maybe to end, and to reply to one of the remarks that was made on costs and investment, the paradox is that politically it's much easier to make costs and to do something overnight to reduce the bills of people. We did 3 billion euros and we had little time to decide. And we did 1 billion to invest in renewables for the next 8 years until 2030. And there we discussed 48 hours in a row to get there. Because that's investment, that's long term, and politically it's more difficult to make that, to have consensus, to reach decisions, than to do immediate action, because the people in the streets would not understand if we don't. That's the paradox. I think investment is important rather than cost, but politically you often see the opposite.
I see Francesco would like to come in and Gerasimus would like to come in. So Francesco, you first, you have the microphone.
Thank you. I think it's sadly so. Clearly, under the pressure of the emergency situation, it's obviously easier to dispense some help, which at the end is a cost, rather than go into the investment. Perhaps there are compromises that can be structured, but for example, I think that what we heard before from Otmar, that it makes no sense to, let's say, subsidize or provide cushioning from costs, raising cost of energy as a function of the amount of energy being consumed, rather than as a function of the income that the subject has. I mean, it's this way it could be more selective and also perhaps less impactful, and just address what really needs to be addressed in terms of income, and not really just a flat-out subsidy. But again, this requires a little bit more thinking, some database, and a little bit more sophistication. And I understand that maybe under the pressure of public opinion, this is difficult. But going forward, if we think that this will not end tomorrow, which unfortunately is going to last for a while, I think there are more structured initiatives that need to be addressed. And one of them being, what is the sense of us paying gas that high? And there is quite evidence that, in the last 7 years, prices of gas have been oscillating between $20 to $30 per megawatt hour, euro per megawatt hour, and not 120. And we know that there is no source of gas that requires that price. I mean, this is some kind of perverse mechanism that we have in Europe that I think we should let go for a while. I think this is something that sometimes needs to be done on stock exchanges when stock of a company goes through the roof for some reason that people don't understand. There is a timeout, and I think we should do something like that at the TTF volatility index, because that is creating havoc in the markets, and it's also forcing governments to put money in things that not necessarily are those where money should go. I strongly advocate for the need to have some kind of moratorium on this volatility for some time. Without this, I think it will be continuously trying to plug holes, and it's a war that no matter how much money we throw at this monster, it will always win, because the leverage that the market has is huge. I think if we don't plug this problem, it will be very complicated to really go through this in an orderly fashion.
Thank you very much, Francesco. You raised two basic issues: the gas market, and the problematic situation there. We can come to that in a minute. Your first point was about targeted and selective social corrections, and I wanted to shift that question partly also to Gerasimus. Petra mentioned also the Social Climate Fund and the willingness to do something about it. But it's related to the negotiations and the ETS2 that is hotly debated, and it will take a number of years before the Social Climate Fund is there, while the problem is now. The problem is next coming winter. Is the Commission, in its forthcoming communication that you are mentioning, is the Commission coming forward with replies to that brutal reality that it is biting now, including the social question?
Yes, I think these are part of the discussions we're having, and I think the social dimension has already been present in the proposals of the Fit for 55, and it is present in the forthcoming, let's say, proposals that we will make now in 2 weeks. I would say, however, that, you know, and probably to complement what Petra said, while in the member states it is more urgent to make the social decisions, the value added of Europe is to keep the medium-term perspective. So the primary focus of Repower EU is an investment package. We are going to keep focusing on where we want to be in 2030 and the additional coordination that we need on the investment side in order to achieve these interconnections and this. Then we will have the short term, the affordability side. This affordability side, it plays both through the probably possible adjustment of RRF, through the use of the unused elements of the RRF, and through the redirection and reassessment of all the instruments in order to deal with the short-term effects. That's, I think, there will be, this part is very central in the Commission's reflection. It will be central in our discussions in the Council and Parliament, but it is important to keep the value added of Europe in making sure that, you know, in the medium and long term, we keep focusing and coordinating in the right direction. I would say that, going back to the original question, I would say two things. You know, the war will probably accelerate the political process of having an agreement on Fit for 55. And I think certainly the war has an impact and is facilitating the discussions around Climate Club. I mean, in the Commission, there are details of the Climate Club that are still being discussed, and they will be discussed in the next week. But I think what is happening, the war has brought a bit of a paralysis on the G20 level. And therefore, the need to have a forum where we discuss these issues from G7, reaching out to emerging economies, is very much present in leaders' minds. So we need ways to bridge a new fora, to bridge, you know, the developed world from the developing world, and I think the Climate Club offers this perspective on how the emerging economies are speaking, and I think in that respect the concept of the Climate Club as a way where we are addressing the different people together is gaining ground, and the Commission supports very much this dialogue together with the member states in the G7.
Thanks, Gerasimus. It ties in with a question that comes through the network as well. What does the war mean for international climate policy? You mentioned the difficulties in the G20 context. The Carbon Club idea is there. The world is preparing for COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. The question is, what is the emerging economies like China going to do? Otmar was mentioning the coal phase out. Now, coal is still up in most of the emerging economies. So, any views on where to go with climate policy and the Carbon Club idea? Petra, any views on that one, or Gerasimus, or Otmar, or Francesco, because you also were raising the question there.
Maybe if I can interject, I think there is a bigger problem, which is the fact that there is not there is a break in the communication protocols between large parts of the world right now. So the climate agenda relies heavily on the fact that people are able to sit around the table and discuss with open mind that approach things like climate and emissions and quotas and reductions or improvement here and there, which requires a little bit of, I would say, harmonious approach between leaders of large parts of the world. So I hope this, by the time that the Sharm el-Sheikh meeting will take place, the present situation will be resolved one way or another. But if it remains like this for a long time, I think the climate discussions will be a little bit sidelined when compared to the fact that some people around the table will not even be at the table or might have a completely hostile approach to the same thing. I hope I'm wrong, but that is my concern. Not really the fact that people change their views on what the climate change causes are and what needs to be done. But if there is no, let's say, capability to meet and discuss, I think then the climate will suffer.
Okay, I think we would all agree that by Sharm el-Sheikh we hope that war will have come to an end. I mean, but we have to start thinking about the possibility that the situation of Russia and in the wake and behind Russia, a number of emerging economies are not going to facilitate the discussion on climate. That's perhaps the brutal reality. But Petra, you wanted to come in, I think, on the social question. Please go ahead.
The social question, but also another thing, when you were talking, I was thinking that the discussion also is there about budgetary flexibility that will be on the table, at least with many member states. The general escape clause, will it be prolonged? Will we have more flexibility for investments, for social measures that will be necessary indeed to alleviate the urgent needs in the next year or two? So I would be very interested to know what you from the Commission and with your competence are thinking that will be the result of the negotiations on will we stop or prolong the general escape clause even within in 23 or beyond?
It's indeed a very important question. We all agree on investments. We have to accelerate phasing away from fossil fuels. This is going to require a lot of investments and perhaps flexibility on the budgetary side.
I think that, looking at the international dimension, I think it is very clear, and that's I think we have to keep repeating itself that renewables is a very cheap source of energy for our populations, and there is a lot of unexploited potential in renewables. So what the German government is doing, for example, in accelerating its renewable investments, and other governments are doing, it is very important. This is the first solution to the problem, together with energy efficiency programs that of course cost and they have to be accelerated. I think we have not to lose sight of this, that renewable is the long-term solution, or even the 2030 solution, particularly for electricity production. And I think that's where we should focus our investment, our policy messages to everybody, and we have to use all instruments that we have, whether it is investment grants, subsidies, state aid, taxation, to get there. I think when it comes to the fiscal stance, of course it is currently debated in ECOFIN, the view of Commissioner Gentiloni, and I think that in the last discussions we had in ECOFIN, it is clear that there is, let's say, consensus on the general escape clause. No decision have been made. And I think probably to the reform of the economic governance discussion, it might need a little bit more thinking. So while we were ready to have a decision on the future economic governance this spring, we might move this debate to this autumn, but certainly in between we will have the flexibility that it is required to deal with the social measures. I think it is important also to keep targeted our support. It was mentioned by the speakers, by you, by Francesco, and I think we need to, this comes from the Commission in all our communications and messages to the heads of state. Let's keep the support targeted to where it is needed. It's not a matter of geographical distribution, it is also within the countries and also where the dependence is higher. The first, the new issue that we have is to cut dependence on Russia, and dependence on Russia is a new factor in the calculations on who needs what, and that's what we are trying to do. It's a false policy to try to move the current dependency on oil and gas from Russia to other parts of the world and remain oil and gas dependent. Energy security in the long term is more expensive than energy transition. So we need to keep our focus on energy transition. Energy security, like any security, whether it is defense or so, is always more expensive. So we need to keep to the medium-term objective of transition.
I think we all would agree with the strong case for more renewable energy, but the question I would like to bounce back to the panel is the question finance, or is the question also a lot of administrative hurdles, long time procedures before you can get away with your investment? While the urgency is there now, a lot of permitting, procedures are dragging on.
This will be an important component of our package in 2 weeks.
Okay, that's
how to facilitate and accelerate the permitting purpose. This will be a key component of our package in the next 2 weeks.
I'm sure that perhaps also Francesco may want to add a word on that. You are a major investor in this area.
I think this is a super important point, and then obviously there is now an even more important acceleration in front of us. The faster we do this, the better for everybody. And I can say that there are examples that things can change. If you look at countries like Spain and Portugal, they have made big progress in broadening the number of people that actually work. It's a question also of manpower. How many people are there in the public administrations to take care of this issue? And we know that public administrations are not designed to cope with transients, but with steady flows of activity. And here we're looking at an accelerated, concentrated effort in a particular part. And here, I think there are examples where simplification and just putting more people at work do change things. You see an acceleration in permitting in these countries. You will start to see that in Germany too, because Germany is doing it. Italy is now implementing some of these measures. So it is possible to change pace, provided that we do two things. Number one, redesign and simplify some of these procedures. Number two, do what typically companies and private individuals do, that say, I need to do this amount of work. How many people do I need to put to work to do it in the right time? And this for public administration sometimes is a little bit more difficult, but it is possible. It is happening in many parts of Europe. That will then reflect into a lot of work, a lot of investments. We're talking about huge numbers on top of the Next Generation EU funding that might come into Europe, generating jobs, but also creating bottlenecks here and there in the supply of goods and materials. But it's part of, I would say, a beneficial transition. I am not a pessimist on that. I think it will require a little bit of more time to really deploy it full scale, but I think Europe can make it.
Thank you very much, and we are coming to the close of our conversation, and I would like to give the opportunity for the panelists to come back with a very short statement. But one burning statement that comes through the participants is what happens to the European diversification strategy away from reliance on Russian gas. Supposedly the war would be over in a short period of time, say in a couple of weeks or in a couple of months, are we then not going to change back to old habits and just try to, not accelerate our strategy that we are all in favor of now? Let me start perhaps with Otmar, for a final statement and perhaps a reflection on this, because Germany is in particular, working on such a diversification strategy. Otmar, microphone is yours.
Yeah, thanks. So I think, from my point of view, Europe will remain strong and can become stronger when there is a clear signal internally, domestically, and also internationally, that Europe will reduce the demand of fossil fuels, in particular oil and gas, also coal, but oil and gas is important. So that's number one. But when we want to do this, we have to take into account the power of the relative prices, in particular the prices on the world market, the oil price and the gas price and the electricity prices. And now many people believe that we have an increasing oil price and we might have declining electricity prices, and they believe so the transition can be taken for granted. I disagree to a certain extent, because it could be in another too distant future the situation that we have declining oil prices and increasing electricity prices. And then basically the transition is less profitable, less competitive. And therefore it is so important, due to the fact of this power of the relative prices, that we have this CO2 price signal, a strong CO2 price signal of the two ETS systems. It seems to me this is absolutely crucial. This is important for climate and for energy security. And on top of this, I believe if we want to continue with the diversification, sooner or later we have to think about a kind of a fee or a tax, or how you would call it, on the Russian oil and gas, in order to avoid that we basically just come back to the old habits when the war is over. Okay. So this might be very hard to implement, but this is something this is absolutely necessary to strengthen Europe's position on the international markets.
Thanks, Otmar. Thanks. Final comment from Gerasimus.
Well, I think that whatever happens in the very short term with the war, I think in this discussion, the more Europe is united, the more leverage effect we will have at international stage. If we stay united, if we do the cross-border infrastructure investments that we have not done, because the single market for energy is there for quite some time and it's always blocked in cross-border investments. If we do these cross-border investments faster, I think not only we will solve the easier the problems of Europe, but it will have a leverage effect in our neighborhood. I mean, you can see what can happen with the potential of North Africa and exporting to us renewable sources. And I think it's a win-win situation. By integrating our energy market, I think we will have a positive leverage effect on energy transition, climate transition, and in our neighborhood.
Very strong point. Thank you, Gerasimus. Francesco, may I shift the microphone to you for a final thought?
Thank you. I think we should not underestimate the power, the negotiating power that Europe has when it comes to energy supply, and the fact that it is not using this power in a wise way, because it is not projecting over the years, over the future, the potential of this power. So when we talk about what will happen if this and that, we are always betting on a very short-term time, because we are used in Europe for some reasons that go back in the past to project our market for maximum 2-3 years. This is a mistake, because I think if we were be able to say we are going to buy energy and sell energy within Europe on a 10-20 years time horizon, as it happens in many other markets around the world, then our leverage vis-a-vis whatever source of fossil fuels we would have to deal with in the next 10 to 20 years would be completely different. And let me tell you, absolutely much more powerful. And I make a case that, we had already an example of that. In 2014, when the first Russian aggression happened, we all said, no, we are going to detach ourselves from Russia. Why have we not done that? It's because we would be buying gas year by year by year without having a look over the years of what's going on. Now, we should stop that. I think Europe would need to have a long-term market established and project this power around itself. That will materially change the story.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Francesco. A very strong message to the European institutions. Petra, a final thought?
Well, yes, I think whether the war will be over soon or not, and let's hope it will be over soon, we have started something that will be accelerated and that will continue. Member states have started to look at diversification, and for instance the LNG that also will lead to infrastructure that can be used for hydrogen. We didn't talk about hydrogen at all, but it's also probably gonna play an important role in the future. It should be socially equitable. That's, I think, important. Otherwise, there will be no support from the population and we'll have political problems to deal with. And maybe just a final thought, maybe we have really to review also the way the market prices are set in the electricity market, because this is leading, of course, to high electricity prices which are absolutely not conform with reality and which we don't need just because of the gas prices. But that's maybe another subject.
Thank you very much, Petra. Well, what I take from the discussion is a very strong message for an investment strategy accelerated away from fossil fuels, a strong social policy, second, and third, also a review of our international strategy. I think the diversification idea that was brought forward and the new products that were raised, hydrogen, we did not discuss it, all point in the same direction. But I feel that there is a strong determination from the European perspective to put that together and to have leverage on the international scene, that we should come forward with ideas also to make others move in the direction that Europe is already taking. So thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists for their very disciplined way of replying to the questions, the very lively debate, and I think the very meaningful replies that we got from the panelists. So thank you very much, and thank you also for the questions that were coming through the web. Thank you, and see you soon.
Thank you for the moderating.
May I have your attention, please, for a practical information?
Change, migration, justice, democracy, and so much more. The State of the Union is the EU's annual policy conference, and this year it is asking a hard-hitting question. Is Europe fit for the next generation? And no location is more fitting for this inquiry than the Badia Fiesolana in the hills of Florence. It has been the headquarters of the European University Institute since 1972, but the Badia has also been a holy site for almost 2,000 years. The story of the Badia is related to the story of a very unusual monastery. Look no further than to its architecture for clues. Like many monasteries, it had an inner cloister, which represents the Garden of Eden, complete with a tree of knowledge. However, unlike other monasteries, the cloister is not closed off. Instead, it opens up to a terrace, a loggia, typically found in villas. This balcony, overlooking Florence, sent a clear message by design. The knowledge within these walls must reach the world. It is also a sign of how the Badia is inextricably linked to Florence. It is here that in the 15th century, a family of bankers, the Medici, rose to power. Their patronage of art and culture spurred the Renaissance, the Cultural Revolution that first put humankind at the center of the world. And nothing sums up the spirit of the Renaissance more than this inscription: De victa montis natura, man has conquered the sharp mountain. A way to say that humankind was shaping the landscape according to their own ideas. For Renaissance humanists, this meant striking a respectful balance. The plaque celebrates Cosimo the Elder of the Medici family. It was Cosimo who turned the Badia Fiesolana into a hub of Neoplatonic culture. Its impressive library fueled the rediscovery of the classics and broke the barrier between secular and religious texts. It attracted scholars from all over the world, much like it does today. And just like our scholars, monks and secular intellectuals would be seen here, walking together and discussing the ideas of their time. With the Habsburg dynasty taking over Tuscany in the 18th century, the influence of the Medici family faded. However, the location's love for knowledge lived on. In the 18th century, the Badia was home to the Academy of the Georgophili, Europe's first institute for the promotion of agronomy as a science, a sign of the revolutions of the time. Once again, the Badia became a symbol of man's dominion over nature. However, its peaceful location did not shield it from controversy. Perched between Florence and Fiesole, the Badia was between two powerful sparring municipalities. And trouble didn't end here. Let's have a look at the refectory, a few feet away from the cloister. This 1629 fresco by Giovanni di San Giovanni shows angels feeding Jesus after his fast in the desert. Over here, other angels pelt the devil with stones. And at the center, Jesus, dressed as a monk as he blesses the wine and bread, just like priests do in Catholic Mass. Now, this might seem pretty innocent, but in reality, it points to a key theological difference between Catholics and Protestants, and one that led to many wars in Europe between the 16th and 17th century. And there's more. It was citizens, the powerful Medici, that made sure the Badia church was fully rebuilt according to the time's architectural trends. It is now a splendid Renaissance church with its simple lines and luminous altar. The Badia survived many more of history's darkest moments and is still loyal to its pursuit of knowledge for the betterment of the world. The second day of the State of the Union takes place in Palazzo Vecchio, a symbol of civic power in the heart of Florence. Once again, the worlds of politics, academia, civil society and business meet here to debate our common future. At the 2022 State of the Union, we are no longer asking if humankind can conquer nature. Rather, we are asking, can humankind conquer the crises it has created? In other words, is Europe fit for the next generation?
Herzlich willkommen zu Euronews.
Bienvenue dans Euronews Soir. Comenzamos con los titulares.
I'm Tukumbo Solanko with your top stories.
Nos volvemos a encontrar para hacer seguimiento a la actualidad de Europa y del mundo.
Euronews Noite, bem-vindos à edição.
Bonsoir, bienvenue sur Euronews.
Sharing Pan-African stories.
Partagés à travers tout le continent.
And beyond, because
your voice
matters.
What does it take to embrace a new world?
You're watching Euronews now, our top story. This is a deal.
Let's find out what Europe has to say.
We fact-check, verify and debunk the biggest stories.
The police all deployed down to this side.
Embora sendo uma questão política e se calhar socialmente delicada,
the EU is about to publish its much-anticipated migration pact.
Moskva,
Berlin, London,
Roma.
Throughout history, was diesen Kontinent so besonders macht.
E 200 metri.
Le plus fort pouvoir d'achat
que permite un mejor aprovechamiento de los recursos.
Do you see yourself as the leader of this movement?
Hello there, and a very warm welcome to this latest edition of Euronews Debates.
I came to Tehran to witness change.
Welcome to Climate Now, our unique monthly update on what's really happening to our planet.
There's an opportunity for me to make an impact. So the important thing is to take action.
And dream big.
I definitely have the coolest job in the world.
Change your approach to plastic waste.
All together, you change the world.
Euronews. Euronews.
Euronews.
There are few places in the world that can claim the artistic, the scientific, and the cultural achievements of Florence, Italy. The city's history is filled with discovery of rule breaking and changing the way the world is seen and understood. And behind it is the work of the Fondazione Chiesa Firenze, committed to preserving Florence's past while creating opportunities for the future. Today, the Fondazione Chiesa Firenze is a banking foundation, an independent non-profit organisation in its own right, and works for the social and economic development in Florence, Grosseto and Arezzo in the region of Tuscany. Each year, the foundation donates around 55 million euros to initiatives and institutions that share these goals. Its impact is vast. It supports 900 projects every year across 5 different sectors: art and culture, education, charity, the environment, and innovation. Many of Florence's most famous landmarks wouldn't be the same without the support of the Fondazione Chiesa Firenze. These important projects preserve the history and the beauty of the city, like the restoration of Florence's iconic Poggi ramps, and the Villa Bardini and its historical gardens, a cultural centre with spectacular views of Florence. It supports the Maggio Musicale Fiorentino's opera and classical music performances, and the theatre. The foundation also supports Florence's Opificio delle Pietre Dure, which restores masterpieces by some of history's greatest artists, while the works of Tuscan and Florentine artists are honoured in the foundation's permanent collection. In collaboration with the world-famous Uffizi Galleries, important works of art from the museum's archives are loaned to towns throughout the region. Millions of euros have been invested in developing a modern digital hub in what was once a former Medici grain store. creating a centre for innovation, business startups, and opportunities for young people. It supports social science research at the European University Institute to help our understanding of international events. While scientific research and development at Florence University is helping us have healthier futures. And it responds in times of crisis, taking action during the COVID pandemic. Almost 200 years after its creation, the Foundation continues to help those in need. And in doing so, our community is stronger, more prosperous, and filled with possibilities for the future.
Greater connectivity benefits the greater good, and Qualcomm invented 5G breakthroughs that make it possible. See us where 5G is helping to make manufacturing more productive and less wasteful. Join us in making Europe more connected with 5G.
Sustainability, a strategic choice for Poste Italiane with a full commitment in all processes and projects. A journey that began 3 years ago in order to create a new business culture. Sustainability, the only answer to the multiple challenges facing the market. Forward-looking and committed on reaching the 2050 European Green New Deal. Sustainability, for Poste Italiane, it is the model for creating significant value shared with all stakeholders, increasing reputation, and putting people at the heart of every decision. Prizes and awards drive us forward with great pride and sense of responsibility. growing responsibly thanks to the decisive contribution of employees to the sustainable success, innovation, digitalization, and social cohesion of the country. This is the guide to achieving the goals in the group's sustainability plan, based on 8 fundamental ESG pillars. Among the main goals of the plan, the company intends to maximize its contribution in the fight against climate change. In line with the Paris Agreement and the New Green Deal, Poste Italiane is focused on reaching international goals of carbon neutrality by 2030, well in advance of the schedule defined by the European Union. Poste Italiane is committed to setting climate targets in line with limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Proud to be joining a growing group of leading companies that are demonstrating the highest level of ambition on climate and paving the way for a net zero future. Improving the condition of employees and their families is continuing. For example, the implementation of a new corporate welfare model, workplace environmental monitoring, the reduction of accidents in the workplace. New Integrated Anti-Fraud Platform, PIAF, combining fraud prevention targets with improved customer experience by 2024. 100% ISO 37001 certification for the group by 2022. Ensuring equal pay for equal work is one of the pillars of gender equality. Poste Italiane is focused on reaching the prestigious Equal Salary certification issued by the Equal Salary Foundation, which certifies not only the wage equality between men and women, but also that the company, through its management, has put in place a structured governance aimed at eliminating all forms of discrimination. Poste continues its education and financial inclusion projects within the company and community in digital mode. The company aims to raise customer satisfaction levels by embracing innovative actions such as increasing digital transactions, increasing the number of merchants able to accept CODIS payments, increasing the number of biodegradable payment cards. The company aims to integrate the ESG criteria within traditional investment processes. Poste Vita will include 100% ESG factors in investment products by 2024. Sustainability, our guide for contributing to a better world. Poste Italiane, growing sustainably for a carbon-neutral 2030.
Il sistema TGCOM24 si conferma vincente. È il sistema multimediale di informazione più visitato in Italia. È leader per numero di video visionati e tempo medio di permanenza sul sito. È in costante crescita sul web e mobile con più di 3 milioni di lettori al giorno sul sito. 100 milioni di video visti ogni mese. E 5 milioni di followers sulle piattaforme social. TGCOM24 con TG4, Studio Aperto, Sport Mediaset e il canale All News. Insieme al TG5 colloca l'informazione Mediaset ai primi posti nel settore televisivo. TGCOM24 nel nuovo hub tecnologico dell'informazione è un sistema unico e vincente.